Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. Now today's subject is a man by the name of Ian Foote. He is a software developer who over the last several months has been documenting his fall into madness, which I will show you in just a moment. Now this is his latest video, which is why we're doing this stream today. Hello Bells of Nevermore. Hello Ariel. Hello Maxwell. Yep, I was running a few minutes late. Last minute technical problem. But this is his latest video. And I wanted to go ahead and go through his whole channel today. He's got like 900 videos, and this is his latest. We're gonna watch him descend into this state.
I don't want a happy ending anymore. I don't want a happy ending anymore. There's no future ahead of me that isn't completely consumed with fear and misery and pain and hate. And all I want is death. And I want to take you down with me. If I had a million wishes, it wouldn't matter. If I had an infinite number of wishes, it still wouldn't matter. I don't care anymore. I don't want a good outcome. I don't want a happy ending anymore. I just want to kill you all of you. I don't want to rule you. I don't want to conquer you. I just want to exterminate you. I want to die, and I want to take you with me. And that's all I care about anymore.
So as you can see, he's not doing too well these days. This video was uploaded 1 day ago. Hello, Luxicon. Welcome. So I'm going to pull it up now. He has a total of 907 videos, and we're going to go through most of them. They're various lengths, but this whole channel appears to just be him shirtless like that, ranting most of the time. Maxwell, he has threatened to grape and murder people. And that's not something you can just get away with. Like, I'm surprised he's not banned. All right, the first time I held a man's life in my hands. Let's go.
I still remember very clearly the first time I held a man's life in my hands. I was 10 years old. There was a 15-year-old. He was a man. He was bigger than my father. He took the bus to school with us. And he used to pick on my little sister. He used to punch for my little sister. And he was so much bigger than me. I was 10. What's a 10-year-old? 100 pounds? Less? More? I don't know. He was big. He was 6 foot at least. He was bigger than my father. I remember my father came down our gravel circular driveway from the house to confront this guy. He was smaller than the guy. And the guy threatened him. He threatened to call the cops on him for threatening a minor. Because my father was an adult and he was only 15. And my father gnashed his teeth and put his tail between his legs and ran away and left us there. And the guy started trying to punch my sister again. And when I say punch, I mean hurt her, not playing. Sadistic. Their whole family was sadistic. I caught the younger brother torturing animals in the woods. And the only way from...
Suffice to say, if you catch someone torturing animals in the woods, that's one of the early signs that you're going to grow up to be a serial killer.
To protect my sister, to protect my family, was to take the blows upon my body because I wasn't strong enough to actually stop them. Just to be the guy that got hit so my family wouldn't have to. And then one day I went down to the lake. there was a raft with barrels and boards. And he was out on the raft, and there were a bunch of kids in the neighborhood, weak swimmers, young, small, and they were trying to get to the raft so that they could hold on because they weren't strong swimmers. And he was entertaining himself by pushing them out further away from the shore and away from the raft to try to get them to drown. So I went into the bushes and I stripped down to my shorts and I slipped into the water and I swam underwater, held my breath and swam all the way to the raft. And when I got to the raft, I stuck my head up in between the barrels so that I could see him moving around through the boards. And I could track his movements, and I waited for him to lean out over the edge of the raft, to put his hand on the edge and to lean out to push a kid. And when he did that, I kicked my legs around the edge of the raft and I wrapped them around his neck and I dragged him into the water. And I didn't know how long it took to drown a person, and I didn't want to kill him by accident. So I held on to the bottom of the raft with both hands and I pushed up with this and I held on as hard as I could.
He is at max volume. There is one thing I could try. I could turn on loudness equalization, but I don't know if that'll actually show up on stream. But it might help. Let me know if that's an improvement. Certain videos are louder than others.
And I held on to his neck with my legs as hard as I could. And I just tried to hold him there. And he was so big, but he couldn't punch me into the water. But he pinched me and he grabbed my balls and he squeezed them and he twisted my balls and he tried to claw at my legs and there was blood. And I didn't let go. And I could feel the moment come when he realized that if I did not choose to let him go, he was going to die. And he submitted to me and went limp. And I pulled myself back up so I could put my face in between the barrels and be able to breathe. And I kicked him off to the side and let go of him with my legs so that he bobbed to the surface. He couldn't see me, but he could hear me when I spoke. And I said, if I ever catch you hurting anybody in this neighborhood again, I will kill you. And then I dove down under the water, held my breath, and swam to the shore. And everybody was so caught up with trying to find me around and under the raft that they didn't see me as I crawled into the bushes and collapsed on the ground, exhausted. And then I got dressed and went home. Never fucking hurt anybody again after that. And he didn't know it was me. But he knew it was me. I could see it in his eyes when we stood at the bus stop. That was the very first time I ever held a man's life in my hands.
I'm going to go back, actually, because he was talking in the comments of that video. Sometimes he gives you additional details about his life. If I was a psychopath, I would have let him hit my sister, and I know he could have killed me. I know that. When I dragged him intentionally into an environment where the terrain was lethal, that I might die. He was bigger than my father. I was only a child. If he had managed to escape and pull a reversal, he would have killed me. They would have found my corpse in that lake. I knew that when I attacked. I knew that I was facing death. I did it anyway. Do you know who I am? I am Ian Shieldwolf Foote. I am the fourth firstborn son to bear the name Shieldwolf. And I'll fucking kill you in cold blood if you paint me into a corner or hurt those under my protection. I believe it. Look at this guy. He looks like a killer. And you'll see in his next video, he's definitely, he's got that killer instinct. Look at that. He's prepping to be a superhero. I mean, this is like some legit training. He's got his little mask on. I break my wrist so I can do flurries without breaking my hands. I smear my forearms to maintain contact with my opponent and grind my forearm into the corner. I knew exactly how far away the wall was when I threw that headbutt. It's a way to train my kinesthetic senses. I've done kinesthetic sense training my entire life. And he's in the comments also saying he can beat Floyd Mayweather. All right. I love this guy. I love the dramatic beanie throw at the end. Very, very badass. All right, this is his video about Sarah Nguyen. He's going to mention this woman a lot. He's threatened this woman, so she's an important part of the lore. I'm still trying to figure out his backstory, but this Sarah person, she's the devil to him. He has made at least 3 or 4 videos threatening her, threatening to kill her and bury her in the woods.
All the people out there that read and heard things that Sarah and Nguyen said about me. I loved Sarah Nguyen. That's why I went to see her every chance I got. When I first met her, I told her I was interested in dating her, and she told me she was really busy. I think she was stringing me along because she had a boyfriend, because I told her I wanted to spend time with her and get to know her, and that I really was interested in her. And she told me that I could come and hang out with her anytime in her bar. It's her bar. She owns the place. This is where she always is. And I told her I don't want to come here and hang out in the bar and socialize. I mean,
A real tale of romance. I mean, imagine this, ladies. This guy comes up to you with his, his amazing physique, his badassery, and tells you he's in love with you.
coming here to see you and to spend time with you and to get to know you. And I don't want to come here when the place is packed and you're serving all sorts of customers and I'm here trying to get your attention, some pathetic loser. So when can I come here that the place is dead and we can have the place all to ourselves to get to know each other? And she told me if I showed up at opening around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, 5 o'clock in the afternoon, that the place didn't start to pick up until at least 7, and we could have hours of uninterrupted time, just the two of us, to get to know each other. I went over there almost every day for months. I wanted to make her feel special and let her know that I cared about her. I gave her gifts. I gave her a cactus with a big pink flower on top of it because she told me that she was bad with plants and they always died. I had a piece of custom jewelry made for her out of amethyst, a pink skull, hand carved. I spent more than $200 on it because I know she likes skulls and horror stuff, and I know she liked pink because the place was full of pink and her hair was pink. I bought her a bunch of Boris cards because I knew she liked fantasy art. I after things went south between us, I was trying to patch things up between us. I wanted to give her something for Christmas to let her know that I cared about her, and in the hopes that we could reconcile our differences and things could be like they were before. She always used to be really happy to see me.
I went to her bar 2 days before Christmas, and I gave her a $250 gift voucher to go to a spa. I really loved that woman. I was looking at engagement rings. I wanted her to be my wife.
You know, we haven't heard anything about how she felt about him yet. I think that's important to note.
I wasn't harassing her. I wasn't stalking her. I didn't try to frighten her. I loved her. And she told everybody that she was scared for her safety, all this bullshit.
He's looking for engagement rings, and she's telling everyone she's afraid.
I was so distraught and upset when she wouldn't see me anymore. I just cried and cried and cried. For months, I cried because I thought I found the woman I was going to marry. I mean, obviously, I didn't. She went around telling everybody in town that I was scary and all this shit.
Yeah, I can believe that. Hello, Roger. Hello, I Eat People. And hello, Squirrel returns. Welcome.
She started appealing online for people to give her money. And all these guys started talking about how if they fucking saw me, they were going to do this and this and this. She raised thousands of dollars in pity money on the basis of being afraid of me. And I was in love with her. Now, obviously, I'm not fucking in love with her anymore. I haven't seen her in years and years. But I know that she trashed my reputation up and down to anyone who would listen in this city. And I just want to set the record straight. I moved on years ago. But I just want to set the record straight with these people. I didn't do anything to that woman. I didn't harass her. I didn't stalk her.
Maybe leaving out the restraining order. Maybe that's why he hasn't seen her in a while.
Everything I could to be kind to her, to be nice to her. I was generous with her. I loved her. I really cared about her. And not just in the way of some flashy guy with lots of money who shows up with the generic diamonds and roses. I actually listened to her and the things that she said. And I tried to actually pay attention to her as a unique individual. When I gave her my clever little gifts, I didn't want to throw a ton of money at her and seem like some scumbag that was trying to buy her affections. That's why I gave her little things that showed that I paid attention to the things that she said. She ruined my fucking life. But I loved her. I was going to ask her to marry me. Justin Trudeau, the guy who's most recently been in the news for hanging out with transsexuals on RuPaul's Drag Race, issued an edict that all fertilizer use in Canada has to be cut by 30%. There's going to be a worldwide famine. There's going to be a worldwide famine. But our prime minister issued an edict from on high that they have to cut fertilizer use in this country by 30%. He doesn't care if people die. He doesn't know how they're going to do that and still feed the people. I don't care how you do it. I don't care if the people starve. If you try to cut fertilizer use by 30% and food production drops to the point where people die, whatever, man. I don't know how you're going to do it. You figure it out. I'm the boss. I want to kill Justin Trudeau and all of his supporters.
That was the perfect time for the sirens.
One of the projects that I would like to do before I die is to be a part of the accepting of global warming. I would like to speak to the King of England, who owns all of northern Canada. I would like to speak to Vladimir Putin, who controls all of Russia. And I would like to put together a joint initiative, which
This sounds like a conversation I'd have with my buddy when I was stoned.
the rest of the northern actors will desire to be brought into.
Hello, bum number one. This is Ian Foote. This is a man who only has like 28 subscribers. And he recently made a video where he said he's going to kill us all, like just exterminate us. So I figured we were going to follow his channel for the last several months as he descends into madness.
As these polar deserts thaw and become warm, filled with forests.
Later on, we're going to check out his website, ianfoote.com.
And swamps. I believe it is imperative to the future of the human race for us to control how that thaw and that growing environment happens. We can't just let Mother Nature do its thing up there. Then we'll have to clear out all this shit. We need to create designer ecosystems. If you look for Jeff Lawton's introduction to food forests and permaculture videos,
he has good hair in general. Like from what I can tell, when he grows his hair out longer and his beard out to its full length, I mean he's got a pretty nice mountain man thing going on.
That'll give you the gist of what I'm talking about. We need to create designer ecosystems where all the plants that are up there in those polar deserts that are becoming thriving ecosystems, every tree, every bush, every herb on the ground, every vine climbing a rock needs to produce something edible for us and for animals. Because if we do this properly, then all this vast area will be teeming with game, teeming with food. And that will be the most desirable real estate on earth. And I want to swim.
The video cut off. We don't even know what he was going to swim in.
When I was in high school, I joined the wrestling team so I could learn how to protect myself from bullies. Because I learned the hard way that if you're smart, people will hurt you. And I learned the hard way that I couldn't trust my parents. I couldn't trust the authority figures. I couldn't trust the teachers. I couldn't trust the cops. I couldn't trust my peers. That the only way I was going to be safe was if I learned to defend myself. And I joined the wrestling team. And I trained harder than anybody. I was a champion. I won 4 consecutive provincial gold medals. I won many other smaller tournaments outside of that. I was literally one of the toughest men in the country. I trained so hard. I was the best.
I think he may be inflating his worth a bit. I mean, I watched that fighting video. He did not look that impressive.
My parents never came to any of my tournaments. My parents weren't interested.
I was trying to figure that out myself, Ariel. I think it was mine.
I was literally an Olympic grade athlete. People think I'm some kind of fucking nerd because I have a career.
Hold on. This skinny, malnourished looking guy was an Olympic gold medal athlete, basically. Okay.
I was an Olympic grade athlete. And my parents never saw me fight. They brag about me. At least they used to. They wanted to inflate their egos by bragging about me. But they didn't want to see me. They didn't want to support me. They weren't interested in me. They didn't sit in the stands and cheer and say, "That's my son." They didn't run up and give me a hug and shake my hand when I won. They never saw me accept any of my medals or ribbons. All my successes were to them was a way for them to bolster their egos. Nothing more.
This is going to be a theme throughout a lot of his videos. He really had a bad childhood. And I want to clarify for those who are just now coming in. This man's a software developer. He's got a long work history. When we go through his website, you'll see what I mean. He's not dumb. He's just been through a lot, and now he's just been so isolated these last several months. We're gonna watch him get to that point where he's just gives up.
That hurts me still. That was 30 years ago, and it still hurts me. It still hurts me that they just weren't interested. I was literally good enough to go to the Olympics. I was one of the toughest motherfuckers in this country. I was one of the best in the world. And they weren't even interested enough to come and see me win. It still hurts. My father held on to my ribbons. He got them on the mantelpiece in his basement. But he never came to see me fight. None of them did. They just didn't. I was having a conversation a few minutes ago about Twitter and Elon Musk. And some guy just randomly inserted himself into the conversation uninvited, talking about Elon Musk being a piece of shit capitalist. And I was just like, yeah, he's my hero. He's just a piece of shit capitalist. I said, you know what? Capitalism, business, it's all about win-win relationships. The reason Elon Musk is rich is because he meets somebody and says, hey, you and me, let's work together. We'll produce something awesome and we'll get rich. Hey, you and me, you want to work together and we'll get rich? Yeah, hell yeah. Hey, you and me, you want to work together and you get rich? Hell yeah. Hey, you and me, we'll work together. You want to get rich? And they say, no, I don't like you. I don't like your attitude. I don't like your values. You're just a filthy capitalist. And Elon Musk says, all right, fuck off then. Hey, you want to take his place? You want to work together and we'll get rich? Hell yeah. I want to work together and get rich. Win-win, win-win. That's what the rich people do. They create win-win relationships everywhere they go. Sometimes they meet somebody that's way, way down on the bottom, a little small person, but they work together with them. And the little small person is advantaged by the relationship. And the person way up high, they're advantaged by the relationship. Now, the person on the bottom, they might get $100,000, and that's like the whole fucking world to them. And the person way up here, they might get $10,000, and that's just chump change to them. But it's always win-win. And these politicians and these fucking socialists, they're just pieces of shit. They're just pieces of shit. There's no win-win relationship with them. It's, okay, we're going to have a popularity contest. And then now that I've won the popularity contest, I'm going to go tell everybody what to do. You do what I tell you to do. Why should I do what you tell me to do? I don't want to do that. What's in it for me? Do what I tell you to do, or I'll send the boys with blue over with guns to fucking lock you up. And if you don't fucking conform, I'll kill you. You do what I tell you to do, or I'll kill you. That's the politicians. That's the socialists. Fuck them. Fuck them. Fuck the politicians. Fuck the socialists. Fuck the communists. Fuck the world.
I was thinking about starting a cult. Let me know if you're interested.
All in this together. Fuck them. I want to be a capitalist. I want to be an entrepreneur. I don't give a shit about these people. That fucking guy talking about Elon Musk like he's some fucking piece of shit capitalist. He's a dirtbag parasite loser, fucking piece of shit. Fuck him. And fuck everybody who thinks like him. I've had a lot of people try to fucking test me, put me into circumstances that would tempt me, try to lead me astray, to see if I will be led astray.
Hello, welcome Journey, and welcome Chance's Imaginary fans. This guy is Ian Foote. He's a man who doesn't really have a lot of subscribers. He's just someone I stumbled upon who said he's going to kill us all and exterminate us in his latest video. And now we're just going through it and figuring out how we got there as he talks about his life and his thoughts and opinions.
I have a saying. I call it dancing next to the fire. If you're in a relationship with somebody that you care about, of any kind, you don't put yourself in situations where you're going to be tempted and trust that you're going to be honorable and have willpower and refuse to succumb to temptation. And then come back and say, see, I can be trusted. I placed myself in a situation where I was tempted and I didn't do anything wrong. No. Completely fucking unacceptable. The reason I don't fuck up is because I don't place myself in those circumstances in the first place. And I expect the same in return. I'm not attracted to strong, confident women. I'm just not. What you mean when you say strong, confident women? I don't want to have anything to do with them.
Is it because they're all afraid of you?
Two women. They're both Japanese. And I think the world of them. And one of them is named F. Chopper Koga. And she's not a strong, confident woman. She is a brave, earnest, creative woman. She is humble, and she is frightened, and she is earnest, and she is brave. She gets very emotional. She gets anxious. She gets frightened, and you can see it. She's jumpy. She's high-strung. But she's brave. She doesn't have that strong, confident, I'm a boss bitch thing going on. I find that repulsive. It makes me want to slap the attitude out of them. And the other one is Bally. She was doing workout videos when I first discovered her. Now she does camping videos and fishing videos and cooking videos. And She's earnest. She's a little clumsy, but she's a really sweet woman. There was a video that she made where she was trying to go out and start a fire at her campsite with flint and steel so that she could do a cooking video over a campfire in the forest. And she didn't know what she was doing. And she couldn't get the fire started with the flint and steel. I grew up in an outdoorsman. And for me, it was just like no big deal. But watching her struggle and try and fail and light her fire with her matches and do her cooking video and then go and learn and come back and try again. When she finally managed to get the fire started with the flint and the steel, after seeing her earnestly try and fail, and when she finally did it, it was like she was so excited. And it was just beautiful. It was beautiful. She's beautiful. My daughter was beautiful like that. My last common law wife was beautiful like that. My mother was beautiful like that. Long, long, long ago. These women are beautiful to me.
Now, he mentioned that he was married. Now, from what I've gathered from watching a few of his other videos, he was married once upon a time, and he has a daughter that he's not allowed to see anymore.
They're not strong, confident women.
Hello, Don Keating. Welcome.
They're creative and earnest and anxious and emotional and brave. And that makes them beautiful. All I ever wanted was to be strong enough to shelter them from the harshness of the world so that they wouldn't become hard and mean, so they wouldn't become confident boss bitches, so that they would stay beautiful.
Hello, Intuitive. Welcome.
The reason I struck my father, I needed my father. I needed him to be a father, but he wouldn't be a father. He tried to be a daddy. I'm 47 years old. I don't need a fucking daddy.
Okay, he is 47 years old. Some people were asking about his age earlier, I remember. Hello, Windorf.
I needed my father. But when I went and asked my father to help me, he just kept trying to be my daddy. And when I refused to be his little boy, he attacked me with a shovel. And I struck him with my fist. I hate him.
Why can't he see his kid? Well, I'm still trying to figure that one out. From what I can gather, it may have something to do with that Sarah person. Like, he was talking about how his reputation was ruined, and it cost him his wife, and it cost him his daughter. And that, so far, is the only thing I've seen that's about his reputation being ruined. And yeah, I think he's been through a lot of stress. Hello, Ariel. Welcome back. Okay, now this is an interesting. This one's titled I'm an INTJ. So that's I did some research on that. There's something called the Myers-Briggs personality test. And I took that myself. And I'm an INTJ. Whatever that means. But we'll go read a little bit about that, because that's actually an interesting concept. So we'll take a small detour on our journey so that we can know what he's talking about in this video. The architect. An architect, INTJ, is a person with the introverted, intuitive thinking, and judging personality traits. These thoughtful tacticians love perfecting the details of life, applying creativity and rationality to everything they do. Their inner world is often a private, complex one. It can be lonely at the top. As one of the rarest personality types and one of the most capable, the architects, INTJs, know this all too well. Rational and quick-witted, architects pride themselves on their ability to think for themselves, not to mention their uncanny knack for seeing right through phoniness and hypocrisy. But because their minds are never at rest, architects may struggle to find people who can keep up with their non-stop analysis of everything around them. A pioneering spirit. Architects question everything. Many personality types trust the status quo, relying on conventional wisdom and other people's expertise to guide their lives. But ever skeptical, architects prefer to make their own discoveries. In their quest to find better ways of doing things, they aren't afraid to break the rules or risk disapproval. In fact, they rather enjoy it. But as anyone with this personality type will tell you, a new idea isn't worth anything unless it actually works. Architects want to be successful, not just inventive. They bring a single-minded drive to their work, applying the full force of their insight, logic, and willpower. And heaven help anyone who tries to slow them down by enforcing pointless rules or offering poorly thought-out criticism. Sounds like me so far. So I actually think there's some legitimacy to this personality test. This personality type comes with a strong independent streak. Architects don't mind acting alone, perhaps because they don't like waiting around for others to catch up with them. They also generally prefer making decisions without asking for anyone else's input. At times, this lone wolf behavior can come across as insensitive, as it fails to take into consideration other people's thoughts, desires, and plans. It would be a mistake, however, to view architects as uncaring. Whatever the stereotypes about their stoic intellect, these personalities feel deeply. When things go wrong, when they hurt others, architects are personally affected and spend much of their time and energy trying to figure out why things happened the way they did. They may not always value emotion as a decision-making tool, but they are authentically human. But that about sums it up so that we can understand this video. So him and I have the same personality type.
If you are interested in understanding me a little better, you might be interested in the 16 personality types. I am an INTJ. That is labeled the mastermind. A lot of people have given me a fucking hard time about that, like I'm some sort of arrogant prick and need to be taken down and blah, blah, blah. There's this guy named Frank James. He's got this channel where he makes a whole bunch of comedy sketches and insightful things about the different 16 personalities. You should check it out. It's a pretty accurate reflection. I am an INTJ, so if you watch his channel and you check out what the INTJs are like in various circumstances, you'll have a little bit better of an insight into who I am and how I think and what makes me tick. I'm going to throw this video up on YouTube and I'm going to put a link to his channel. His name is Frank James.
So, like, since him and I are the same personality type, I feel like I'm like spiritually connected to the man. Like I'm inside his head.
I don't flirt with married women. I don't flirt with women that are engaged. I don't flirt with women that cohabitate with their boyfriend. I don't flirt with women who are pregnant. I don't flirt with women who have children in the equation. If there are kids in the...
Well, Maxwell, that's a good point. You know, that is something that it is something to consider. Now, whether or not he is actually trying to inflate his ego with that one, because from what I can gather is that it's not actually the rarest personality type. There is another that's more rare. That I think is the commander personality type. It's basically the same one that Ted Bundy had. So I'm thinking that he might be doing that, but he didn't go straight for the best one. I hope not bum number one, but watching this, sometimes I think so. What, you can't flirt with married women, Ariel? Okay, good to know. I'll stop doing that. Well, intuitive one, nobody does. This is a person with only 28 subscribers. We're just going through his channel for the first time now. I'm still learning about him myself.
Equation, I don't flirt. If they're living with their boyfriend, I don't flirt. If they're engaged or married, I don't flirt. But if you've got somebody that you have a relationship with and you have intentionally chosen to maintain your independence, you've set things up so that you can very easily end the relationship anytime you want without consequence, then my assumption is it's not serious. You have a boyfriend. Is it the first boyfriend you've ever had? Do you think they're going to be the last boyfriend you ever had? If he really cared about you, he'd put a ring on your finger, wouldn't he? And he hasn't. So I'll flirt with you. I won't go out with you while you're going out with someone else. But I'll steal you from your boyfriend.
He's going to steal you from your boyfriend, ladies. And no, I have never heard of Terry Davis. But I'll remember that name and I'll look into it. And yes, Karen, he's going to flirt with you. He's going to steal you away.
My assumption is that if you really were committed to each other, you'd have a ring on your finger. You'd live in the same house so that you could save on rent and your expenses. You've gone out of your way to maintain your independence, which means you're really not that attached to him anyway. That's where the lines are drawn. I spent 20 years, most of 20 years, working as a professional, an IT professional, software developer, software architect, database administrator, database designer, software tester, requirements gathering, mobile, full stack, database, web server, front end in the browser. You name it. I shouldn't say that. I didn't do any low level development.
Now, this is where I want to say he's not lying about this at all. He has a website, which will go ahead. I guess now would be a good time to transition into that. Where did I go? I had to turn the camera off for a second because I had to get up and adjust my dogs. They were there's a part of my chair that if they sit on it, it's going to break it. So I had to kind of lean over and deal with that. All right, we're going to go to his website real quick, just because he's talking about his work history. And this is what I think is truly intriguing about him. He's not stupid. He's not just some crazy hobo who lives in his house. Say, look at this, man. Look at this. Look how classy he looks. I'm an information technology professional with more than 20 years of experience. I have developed cutting-edge technology for a variety of industries, including food services, insurance, aerospace, telecommunications, correctional services, telemedicine, farming, entertainment, automotive, higher education, medical translation, fishing, and promotions. I have experience with project management, requirements gathering, software architecture, front-end development, server-side development, database design, mobile application development, software testing, and cloud development. I have many years of experience as a lead developer, and I have many years of experience working with remote teams. I am currently pursuing remote development opportunities. Please scroll down to view my technical experience, my work experience, and my volunteer history and my hobbies and interests. I invite you to contact me at ianfoote.com, which I may end up contacting him after this. I don't know. We'll see. But here's his technical experience. Pretty impressive stuff. And his actual companies that he's worked for. There, we'll just zoom on past this, because it's a lot. So this is not a lie. While I do love technology, I try to maintain a work-life balance. I am a harmonica player. I enjoy playing blues and rock. Now, there are some videos of him playing harmonica. I've played with a couple of bands over the years and enjoy performing at open mic events. And I performed at my first street music festival in 2018 for an audience of approximately 200 people. I enjoy urban gardening. While I am not currently associated with any urban gardens, I helped build Common Roots Urban Farm, and I was elected coordinator of the Prescott Street Community Garden Society in 2014. I also enjoy mixed martial arts. I trained in karate in junior high school. I won 4 provincial gold medals as an amateur wrestler in high school. I trained in capoeira with Dinde du Rikif in Halifax under Contra Mestra Azitona. These are names I cannot pronounce. I'm probably butchering them. I trained in Muay Thai at Fit Plus at Halifax, Nova Scotia. I finally trained in Muay Thai and No-Gi Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu at Central Evolution in Gatineau, Quebec. I also have some training in Batarac. I have always felt a connection to the outdoors. I grew up in rural Nova Scotia, Canada, surrounded by forests and lakes. I was a member of the Boy Scouts when I was young. I was a beaver from ages 5 to 7, a cub from ages 8 to 10, a Keo from ages 8 to 10, and a scout from ages 11 to 12. I'm a veteran of the Canadian Infantry, attached to the Princess Louis Foussier's Light Infantry Regiment based out of Halifax, Nova Scotia. I took an honorable discharge from the military after almost dying in a car accident. I have studied salsa dancing with the Halifax Salseros, although I am a little rusty, and I love jumping into a mosh pit at a heavy metal or punk show. I'm also interested in 3D printed technology, built my own 3D printer from scratch. I try to stay up to date with the latest developments over at reprap.org. He built his own 3D printer from scratch. Now, that's pretty impressive. That's cool. I also volunteered at St. John Ambulance Brigade, administering first aid at music festivals, figure skating competitions, motorcycle races, and other similar events. I also volunteered with We Bite Back, providing technical support and moral support. We Bite Back was a pro-recovery community for people with eating disorders created by my former common law wife. It is no longer in operation. I am not a big poetry reader, but a childhood love of Iron Maiden led me to Samuel Taylor Coleridge's Rime of the Ancient Mariner, and I love reciting Kubla Khan aloud. I have developed an interest in Japanese music recently, and have been teaching myself Japanese with the expectation of taking a working vacation to Japan someday. I am a huge fan of Gakaric Spin and Dolebox, and I have developed a bit of a crush on their player F something Koga. I also enjoy a good game of Settlers of Catan or Texas Hold'em when the opportunity arises. I love me some Texas Hold'em too. I would like to take the opportunity to again invite you to contact me at ianfoote.com. Stay cool. So yeah, and he's got a little thing. And yeah, he seems like a catch. I'm not sure where he's at, but that's an interesting question. All right, we're going to pop it back up. I'm going to go back through chat real quick before we play any more video. And yes, he is welcome to come on the show. If Ian Foote, if you're watching this, you are welcome to come on the show. You seem like you'd be fun to interview just about your life. And we're going to talk about Sarah again, Ariel. He's going to be threatening to rape and murder her at some point. do not know where Sarah is at. I can't show the pups with the way my setup is. I'm sorry. Hello, Hogan.
Vice driver type stuff. I didn't write anything that contributed to the Linux kernel. I never ever wrote desktop applications professionally. I did full stack web development, and I worked with some of the most scalable systems in the world. I worked for the world's largest restaurant chain. I think if you think for a moment, you'll know what I'm talking about. They run every single restaurant that they have in the whole world through a central computer cluster. Nothing is handled locally anywhere in the world. It is all handled in one cluster. And I had the privilege to be taught how it was built, why it was built the way it was built, how it worked, the languages that it uses. I was educated for weeks on the system that I was going to be working on before I began to work on it. And this is Amazon level traffic. But I didn't just do computers. I mean, I'm 47 years old. I left home to go away with the military when I must have been 17, maybe 18, but I think 17. And then I went to university for 1 year, and I got almost killed in a car accident. And I took an honorable discharge from the military, and I dropped out of university because I didn't want to walk away from this with nothing and borrow for an entire another year with nothing in the bank. I didn't want to double down and start from zero. And I really kind of wanted to become a well-rounded human being.
We're not going to report Sarah to the FBI. From what I can tell, she's done nothing wrong. As for reporting this man, no, I'm not doing that. That's not my job. I'm simply someone here to show him to the world.
So I stuck my thumb out, and I didn't go back to computers until I was 25. One of the jobs I had that was huge for me was for a company called Mr. Goodwood. Funny name. I love that job. I love that guy, man. I love that guy. His thing was that they would use a bleaching chemical on old, damaged, faded, weathered, you name it, kind of wood.
Yes, he's committed some illegal acts. If you're threatening to rape and murder people and then bury them in the woods, that's illegal. You can't do that. I believe our previous studying person, Letitia, got in trouble for threatening people in her real life. So, not a good idea.
They would come in with a pressure washer, which you could adjust the pressure to a point where it would cut a board in half. You could plane the surface off a piece of wood with it, and there was an arc to it. And then everything was stripped out with these chemicals. And then there was this product that was made of actual wood oil from actual wood. And
yes, she is in jail, not prison, from what I understand. Looking at 15 years, possibly.
You would, after the short thing had been bleached out, one of the things the chemicals did was like shock the pores of the wood so that they would open up. And when they opened up, they would be capable of receiving the oil that you pushed into it. And it would like rejuvenate the wood to the way it was when it was new. So my experience with this guy, and I was not a talker, I was not a salesman. He was like, man, you're a smart guy, and I can tell you're really willing to work hard. We're gonna make a salesman out of you that kills you. The first thing I did was spend a couple of days with him at an expo. And there were people walking around this exhibition. There was hundreds of vendors there, and I was at one of them. And he explained everything to me, what was we were doing, so that I could pitch to the people that were walking by that were interested. And the goal was to get names and phone numbers.
From what I understand, it hasn't actually gone to trial yet. Some of her charges may actually just get dismissed, so she might not be in there for the full 15. In fact, if I was to guess, I would say she's probably not going to be in there for like an absurd amount of time. It's probably just going to be a few years.
Addresses for people that were interested. And this wasn't some trivial thing because I was going to be driving up to see them with my car. So I did this. And then after that was done, he wanted me to do the work. He didn't want me to go out and sell something that I knew nothing about. So he paid me to be a laborer doing the on-site stuff with the crew for 2 weeks so that I could talk from a position of informed about what it was I was selling to them, or what it was that the people would do when they showed up. I wasn't as good with the pressure washer as the guys who've been doing it for years, but I knew what I was talking about. And then after that, my job was to go
all of the threatening ones, all of the stuff that like there's video evidence of, pretty much all of that stuff. Like, what is it? Threatening? I don't know what the exact charge was, but basically threatening people. Probably the falsified rape report one. That's probably going to stick too. So, I don't think I don't think the one where she threw the stuff at the corrections officer. I don't think that's really going to stick.
Go out into the world and find as many people.
Like, there's no way you're going to put someone away for that long because they threw juice at a corrections officer. At the end of the day, that's that I mean, maybe if they want to throw the book at her that bad because she's just a menace to society. But I think, just to be real here, she's a woman. She's gonna be probably on the stage doing, or on the stage on the up there on the witness stand, acting like it's a stage, putting on the best performance she can. So I just don't think it's going to work out for 15 years.
People who would give me cash or check and sign a contract to get work done on their deck or fence or siding or whatever else they might have. But it was always those three. And if I found somebody along the way, if I'm in a neighborhood and I see somebody with a weathered house, I'll walk up and knock on their door and talk to them and explain everything to them and pitch.
But what do you mean by a Q&A? Like with me? We could do that.
Them and convince them and get them to give me a check and sign a contract. And I do a test patch for them so that they could see what it would do to their deck and put it in an out of the way place so there wouldn't be like one clean spot and the rest of it's nasty. Just makes the whole thing look uglier when you do that. And once a week, I would meet my boss at his favorite restaurant bar, the Lone Star Cafe in Ottawa. I don't know if it's still there anymore, but he would buy me a steak dinner and beer. And I would give him a whole bunch of contracts and a bunch of checks. And he would give me my commission on those. And he would give me any new leads that he might have. If there were people that were interested, if he had a name and a phone number and an address, He'd just give me a bunch of those, anything that he had. And I'd be like, good job. Fucking thanks for the cash. Thanks for the steak. Thanks for the beer. I'll see you in a week, boss. And that was my life. And I learned a shitload about life from that guy. I learned a shitload about life from that guy. The stuff that I learned working for that guy has proven to be a huge asset to my IT career. Far more influential than any technical education that I've had along the way.
All right. Well, it's more about his IT career, which can lines all of this information with him joining the military lines up with his website. All right. How long can I hold my breath? Well, this is a weird question for me. I don't actually have a time to give you. However, I will tell you this. I avoid water that I can't stand it in the modern day because I drowned too many times as a kid. So because I've drowned so many times as a kid, I like to think I have some experience holding my breath. So I'm thinking I can hold my breath for quite a while, but I don't like water, so we'll never know. I just did. I have a video to react to. This isn't a Q&A video.
I want to talk about codependence. Codependence is a word that's been twisted. It's been twisted, severely fucking twisted. First off, it doesn't come from psychiatry. It never was used in psychiatry. It's not a psychiatric term. It comes from Alcoholics Anonymous. In the modern parlance, everybody uses codependence. It's usually used in gender issues in my experience. Somebody's trying to say, oh, you're trying to keep your wife under your thumb. I don't want to be a wife. I want to be a free bitch baby. Yeah. It's not that. It's not when a man and a woman are stuck financially relying on each other. It's not that. When a man and a woman rely upon each other and trust each other and they raise their kids as a unit, that is not codependence. Codependence comes from Alcoholics Anonymous. Codependence is in reference to an alcoholic man and a wife at home, generally speaking. Now, most people, when they hear that and they think about that, they think, oh, this wife is stuck with this abusive alcoholic man, and he's a piece of shit, and she's a long-suffering woman. But that's not what it is either. That's not what codependence is. In a codependent relationship, as originally defined by Alcoholics Anonymous, the man is an addict. He has a sickness. He has an addiction. He has a neurological problem. And the wife, she feels a sense of goodness looking after him. Like that Stephen King book, Dolores Claiborne, where the guy's in the wheelchair and that nurse who loves his books, she wants to take care of him, but she really just wants to keep him broken so she can take care of him forever. That's codependence. In those alcoholic husband and the wife.
He's actually making some kind of sense here. I get what he's saying. It's an interesting analogy he's using, but I like it. I like it. Am I more spontaneous or reliable? I'm reliably spontaneous.
Wife suffering at home, relationships. The wife is insecure. She doesn't feel that she deserves better. She doesn't think she can get better. That doesn't mean that she's like the poor suffering woman who's been beaten up by her husband and she doesn't think she deserved any better and she needs somebody to help her, to rescue her. That's not what it is. In those types of situations, women give their husbands booze to try to get them back on alcohol. They want them to stay alcoholics because then they can take care of them and then they can feel good. They don't have to be alone. They feel like virtuous people. In a codependent relationship, as originally the term was coined by Alcoholics Anonymous, there's the alcoholic and there's the person that's fucking enabling them. And the person that's the alcoholic is the victim. And the person that's enabling them is the abuser. And they want them to stay sick. They want them to stay sick. They want them to stay alcoholics. They want them to stay sick so they can take care of them. The person that's taking care of you is the abuser. That's what codependency is. And it has nothing to do with male-female relations, wives and husbands and kids. It doesn't have anything to do with him paying the bills while she stays home and look after the kids, because that's not a sick relationship. That's a healthy dynamic where a man and a woman have pair bonded, they've committed to each other, and are raising the next generation of humanity. And hopefully they'll turn out another generation of healthy, happy, well-adjusted individuals, and the ongoing fabric of humanity will continue. All the threads will weave together, and the circle of life will carry on. That's what codependence is. I didn't want to be famous.
Well, I mean, chances are you deserved it. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Behave, Ariel. Behave.
I didn't want to be popular. I didn't want fans. I don't value your love. And I also don't value your respect. I don't value you at all. All I want is to get the girl, get the money, and get the fuck away from you forever. I want to sell out. I want to sell out. I don't want to help you. I don't want to lead you. I want money and pussy and land and a house and a car. I want to live the good life. I want to have some more kids. And I want the rest of you to fuck off.
This man is my spirit animal.
I don't want the reward. I don't want your love. I don't want your respect. I don't care whether you fucking see me as inferior or superior or equal. I don't give a shit what you think. I want to get the girl, I want to get the money, and I want to get the fuck away from all of you. I don't value your love. I don't value your respect. All I care about is your fucking money. My sister never had any children. My father committed adultery, and then he married the homewrecking whore that he cheated on my mother with. My brother has children by 2 different women that he did not marry. My brother also abandoned all of his children and all of his women. I am the only one in my family who actually cares about family. I'm the only one that's not a liberal. I'm the only one that's a conservative. I'm the only one that believes in the traditional marriage. I'm the only one that believes in family and commitment and devotion. I'm the only one. None of my family actually have families of their own. They all have broken families. I was the only one who believed that that was wrong. I'm the only one that didn't spend all their time trying to read.
Where'd the audio go? Did the audio go out? Hold on. The audio went out on his end, not mine.
I was the only one to spend all their.
Oh, poor guy muted himself. I've done that so many times throughout my YouTube career. He realizes he muted himself. Classic.
I've been learning about Japanese culture since I discovered these beautiful female musicians over there.
All right, let me check chat real quick. Ariel, calm down, okay? Okay, you were just timed out. I looked up. You asked him about what he meant about his finger. Brought it on yourself. Chill out. Address the war criminal modding my chat. Well, I find it best to associate with war criminals because I mean look at the world these days. I need people who are capable. People who can make the hard choices. People who are not afraid to get their hands dirty.
They have a concept in Japan called tatame and hone, public face and true face. Tatame is what you say to try to get everybody to get along with each other. It's like political correct.
Well, Roger, that's my policy. I'm okay with them doing what they're doing. They're not derailing my show. But yes, it is chat interaction. These are friendly trolls, though. I know where these people come from. Welcome back. Don't do whatever you did before. And don't worry, no one's permanently banned from this channel. I clear my ban list all the time, so generally, even if you screw up too badly, you're allowed back.
Yes. It's like what the radical left and the woke people in Canada are all pushing down everybody's throats. It's what Jordan Peterson was fighting against. Tatame is your public face, and hone is your true face. Japanese people are two-faced. I don't think most Japanese people know this, but tatame and hone, they're not something that's intrinsic to Japanese culture. It's not something that goes back thousands of years in their culture. Tatame and hone come from the occupation by the Americans. The Americans came along and they dropped nuclear weapons on 2 cities filled with civilians, and they slaughtered, God, I'd have to look at reference up to find out how many people they slaughtered. And then they occupied the place. Now, I'm not going to have a discussion at all about whether or not the Japanese people did not or did not deserve anything that happened to them, whether or not they fucking deserve.
Now, that time, it was Ian's Discord, because I closed my Discord. So, this Ian Foote character has Discord. I need to figure out what his name is. Add him.
Anything. I'm not going to talk about that. I'm not really interested in the conversation about that. What I am going to say is that they were a crushed people. Their civilians were slaughtered by the most terrible weapons ever invented by man, and they were occupied and crushed by foreign invaders. And tatame and hone came from that. It was a way to cope with being broken. There's parallels with what I learned about capoeira. In capoeira, they have a concept called malicia. I studied capoeira for years with my Brazilian teacher back in Halifax. Capoeira is, to my knowledge, the only martial art that was ever created by slaves. It was created by slaves. They were enslaved, they were brought over to South America by the Portuguese, and they were kept as slaves. And they wanted to train martial arts. Capoeira wasn't a martial art that came from Africa and was brought over. It's a whole bunch of Africans from different tribes. And Africans don't all love each other. They don't all sit around and hug each other and sing kumbaya. They're just as vicious as anybody else. If they were back home, their tribes would be slaughtering each other. But they're slaves together. And they all have different martial traditions back in their home. And they wanted to teach each other. But if you are a slave and you start trying to teach the other slaves how to fight, some master's going to come riding up on a horse with a gun and a sword, and he's going to shoot the teacher. He's going to run all the slaves back into the field where they belong. So they hid it. They hid their martial art inside a dance. When you see capoeira, capoeira is a dance. Capoeira is a dance because it was designed to hide the martial art from the masters. So they could pretend, oh, they're just a bunch of savages from Africa doing their little fucking dances. Just let them be. It was a way to hide the martial art. Malicia is trickery. It's dirty tricks. Malicia is pretending to be weak when you are strong. It's not bluffing to pretend that you're strong when you're actually weak. It's pretending to be weak when you are strong, so that you can evade your enemy more confidently.
He's quoting The Art of War. That's something I can get down with. If I had my book next to me, I'd hold it up.
So they will expose themselves and show vulnerability, and then you can kill them. Malicia.
He did it again. His audio cut off at the end of his video. Well, while we're waiting for him to catch back up, I'll look at chat. You want my undivided attention? Well, now's your chance. I must say, Oh yeah, I will totally join this man's Discord. This man's Discord is popping.
They told me I had to find myself, be my.
All right, my drowning story. Fine, we'll do this real fast. You see, I was out there on this. Well, I was about. Let's just get my age first. I was like 10 or so. I was out there on this rocky beach area. You know, it was really nice. It was private. All of a sudden, I walk out. And there's a huge drop that no one knew, and I go out there and I freaked out because I drowned before. There I am. I'm alone. And then I fall down to the bottom. Thankfully, my mom sees me. I go in there and almost drowned her in the process. See, almost killed two people by drowning. It's not safe for me to be anywhere near water. For now, yeah. What's my zodiac sign? I don't believe in all that crap. I'm a Cancer. And I think that's very fitting because I'm definitely a Cancer.
Myself, tell the truth, and show everybody who I was. I wasn't allowed to know anything about anything. I had to stay in a bubble.
What's that supposed to mean? Of course you're a Cancer. What does that mean? What's wrong with being a Cancer? I have not. I have not. I didn't see a bright light at the end of a long tunnel, so I guess that means I'm going to hell.
So that I would always tell the truth. I had to stay in a bubble while everybody spied on me and gossiped about me and collaborated and corroborated and conspired. And I just became so strange, so lonely and strange because I didn't need to find myself. And I was never a liar in the first place. I always told the truth, always. I don't understand people anymore. I don't want to anymore either. Everything that I ever loved, I hate. I haven't developed new interests. I just hate everything that I used to love and everybody that I used to love and everything that I used to care about. I hate. I hate everything that I used to care about, but there's nothing new in its place.
I'm 23. See, now this guy right here, this is like a turning point because I want to state something right now if I haven't already. This guy has been uploading like 5 to 6 videos every single day, and he's been doing this every day for like 2 months now.
I had a total and complete nervous breakdown, a psychological breakdown, a disintegration of myself from being stuck in a bubble and asked to know nothing and reveal everything and receive no feedback and no pushback and no interaction from reality, to just sit there and scream blind in the dark, desperately wishing that they'd fucking take this bright light out of my eyes.
Well, from what I can gather is it all started with his childhood. I mean, he's had a really rough childhood. This is like, imagine if Roger turned evil. This is what I feel like it would be, He had a very rough childhood, and then when he gets older, it seems like everyone screws him over, at least from his perspective.
I had a casual relationship with a woman once. We weren't like each other's what we were looking for, but we were friendly enough. And I was lying in bed with this woman after we had sex, and we're looking on dating websites to try to find someone to be in a committed relationship with. And she's showing me this what she gets in her message box, which is not something guys usually get to see, but there were a shitload of fucking dick pics in there. It was,
I've heard this from women on the internet. Now, I don't know if any women in the chat have any experiences with this. Are you spammed with dick pics regularly?
hysterical. She was like, all of these guys' dicks are smaller than yours. Every single one of them. I was like, do you want to see? I'm like, no, not really.
I'm thinking some stalker, because he's already made some women afraid of him. So we have like some stalker stuff going on. I'm thinking this is the guy that we're going to be seeing on the news one day, Roger. This guy is going to do something. He's going to shoot up a Walmart or something along those lines. I honestly I'm not too confident in his mental stability. After his latest video, and he's already had some violent tendencies before, or violent fantasies before. Okay, and he's claiming to have violent tendencies for that matter. So, I mean, he seems to be a man on the brink of doing something terrible. And I don't know if he's on a watch list, but someone like this probably should be on one. And he's very intelligent, Roger. That's one of the things. I don't know if you were here when I was going through his website. He's a very intelligent guy. And intelligent people, when they're isolated, their mind degrades. They start seeing humans as another species. And that's when they become dangerous. We're not reporting this man. I'm not going to report this man. This guy is absolutely fascinating to me. We need more people like him in the world. We just need him to be a little less dangerous. I don't send dick pics. Sorry. That's how it ends up on Kiwi Farms or some other shady website. And plus, then I can't start my OnlyFans and charge for it.
What do you think of this chick? No, I know her, man. She's crazy. I remember when I could go on to a dating website, and it was my week where my kid was with her mother, and I wanted to get laid.
Motherfucker, audio cut out again. We're missing great wisdom. Again, this is not me. This is him. He's screwing up. How many? This is probably all uploaded in one day, and he'll realize it the next day that he screwed up his audio. Let's go back to chat. Now, one other reason I'm documenting his channel like this is because if he decides to go postal and YouTube deletes it, I can then come back through this stream and clip anything I want to do a video on him. That's the logic I have here. Jesus. Don Keating, I don't think we're ever going to react to Enchanted Roses. Enchanted Roses is boring, and she repeats herself a million times. Even in my video, she was repeating herself 1,000 times. It's not worth doing. Now, I may make a second video on her because she's just one of those people that seems to constantly create entertaining content.
When I was working for Shopify, they had like a all hands meeting, and the head legal counsel for Shopify got up in front of everybody on the stage and on cameras in front of everybody who wasn't local and talked about how wonderful it was.
Look, I'm not saying that it's a 100% chance it'll never happen, because I'm actually having an operation with that. You see, I'm currently in her chat under the name YTS, and my little avatar is the symbol of a pawn on a chessboard. I'm about as obvious as you can get, and I'm gonna continue to be friendly to her in her chat until I become a mod, and we'll see what kind of trouble I can get into from there, and maybe it'll be worth live streaming.
that when she was working for the other law firms, that she had to just go in dressed like a normal person and conform to professional norms. She had to behave in a professional fashion and focus on the work and keep her personal life personal. And then when she came to Shopify, she could be the lesbian that she wanted to be. She could be Ellen DeGenerate. And she could be free to just let her freak flag fly. And all I could think was, I don't want to see your freak flag. I want you to put on an air of professionalism. I don't want to work with sexual deviants. And I don't want to feel like, oh.
I mean, I hate working with sexual deviants. And yes, Ariel, you gave me the idea. So I will give credit where credit is due. Let Ariel on the panel. I don't know what a panel is. Sorry.
I'm a proud group of people that are all letting their sexual deviancy fucking hang out for all the world to see. I hated that place. I hated that place. How wonderful it is that I don't have to behave like a professional. I can be a sexual deviant. I can be fucking rubbing everybody's faces in it.
Wow, man, please don't be rubbing everyone's faces in it. Panel? Is that what you were saying? I do panels sometimes, but I don't know if I want to Ariel up right now. She's gonna derail the whole thing. I see what's going on in that chat.
I'm supposed to be proud of that. I'm supposed to be happy with that. I fucking hated that place. I hate those people.
Yeah, you derail. I'll tell you what. I'll think about it. I gotta go run to the restroom anyway. So I'll be back. I'll think about it as I tinkle.
I used to take salsa dancing lessons when I was back in Halifax with a troupe called Halifax Salseros. Met some really nice women that way. Had a lot of fun. And then I went out to Gus's pub and I was watching a speed metal show and I just finished winding up the mosh pit and getting everybody fucking slam dancing. And I went out to have a drink and a cigarette. And I saw my salsa dancing teacher. She was all dressed up in her motorcycle leathers and her motorcycle was outside. And her boyfriend, who was also my salsa dancing teacher, was also there in his motorcycle leathers at this metal show with his motorcycle outside. And I recognized him. I was like, hey. And it's nice to just get to know people that way, but they don't just throw their flag up for the whole world to see. You see them in the place where you see them. And you don't realize how many common interests that you have until you bump into them at many different places. You keep everything all compartmentalized. When you're in this place, you're doing this thing and you're wearing this face. And when you're in this place, you're doing this thing and you're wearing this face. And when you're in this place, you're doing this thing and you're wearing this face. And you're not being fake. But when you're at salsa dancing lessons, you're there to live inside that space and put on that face and be that person. And when you're
Once again, this man mutes himself.
I used to.
Yeah, I'm adjusting my dog. That's a nice euphemism there. Hello, Clean Urine Stash. Welcome.
Complain to my ex-girlfriend about how much I hated seeing graffiti. When I was on the bus on my way home, there'd be all this loud graffiti, and I'm tired, I'm brain dead. I spent 8 hours focusing on really complicated problems. And there's no wiggle room, and there's no forgiveness for error. If it's not perfect, then it's shite. And I'm tired, and I'm on the bus coming home, and there's all this loud graffiti art everywhere, and it just pisses me off. It's just poking me with a stick. But I go out in the community on a Sunday with a camera and take pictures of all sorts of graffiti art. How is that possible? It's about control. It's about control. If good things happen when they're not expected or wanted, then they're bad things. And it's all about control. If I'm not in control, then good things are bad things. My life.
Well, I would say that being in control is very important. How tall am I? I'm like 5'11", I think.
Has been defined by misery, loneliness, pain, frustration, anger, and hate.
I'm digging the outfit. Like, it's very Canadian. He looks very Canadian.
That is my life. Pain, loneliness, anger, frustration, hatred, desperation, and escape. If you looked at me and thought that I was cool, well, it was all just me desperately trying to find more intense ways to escape from the misery of being a single man with no wife and kids. Just ever escalating efforts to try to escape. More craziness, more drugs, more alcohol, more sex, more and more and more and more and more and more. But it wasn't fun. It was just the drugs don't work anymore. My tolerance is built up. I'm reminded of the misery that my life is. So I do more and more and more until my brain burnt out and nothing works anymore because I can't escape from the pain anymore. My life has been defined by pain because I wasn't a married man with children. Don't envy me. Don't pity me either, because if you do, I'll fucking poke my thumb in your eye and skull fuck you if you dare to pity me. But for God's sake, you should want it.
All right, he fixed his audio, and he's gonna skull fuck us, guys. Again, we're already seeing violent tendencies in him, and how far? This is still 2 months ago. This is November 20th, 2022. He's at 32 subscribers now. Look at him. He's going places. And we are on video 884. Wow. So, wow, we've gone through quite a few of his videos already. We're still nowhere near done. Oh, wow. Fuck the audience. That's a really bad thing to be saying there if you want to grow your channel, sir.
The reason I kept pursuing Sarah long after, the reason I kept pursuing Sarah is because I believed that if I looked her in the eyes and I spoke the truth, that everything would be repaired, that all the damage that had been done by all the meddling, busybody third parties would be shattered, because I knew that her mind had been poisoned by all these third parties. And I really believed that if I could look her in the eyes and speak the truth to her, that everything would be repaired. Her friends got involved. My friends got involved. Her family got involved. My family got involved. The cops got involved. The community got involved. Eventually, the entire world got involved.
Whoa, the entire world got involved? Is this man more famous than I realized?
And all these people's involvement just complicated and convoluted and it just ruined everything. And I really believed that if I could look her in the eyes and speak to her with no audience, with no third parties, if her and I could look each other in the eyes and speak privately and speak truthfully, that everything would be repaired. And then I would get to be with the woman that I loved. And I never did get to find out if that was true. That's why I harassed you. Because I believed that if you looked me in the eyes and we took away all of the audience, all of the third parties, if there was no interest, there was no need to save face. We don't need to be strong for anybody. Just the two of us.
All right, this is very stalkery. Like this is making me uncomfortable. I can see why you were saying Sarah was afraid of you.
No.
And he does all his almost all his videos shirtless and in the creepiest possible way. Like this almost feels like a troll, but he's done it for too long. So this is like just him ranting into the void.
We'll know what we say here today. And I look you in the eyes and let you see my face, let you see my eyes, let you see the truth, that everything will be okay. And then with that understanding of each other, we would together go out and tell all the people in the audience how it is. And I don't know if that would have happened or not. I never got.
Oh, is his audio down? Nope, it's good.
There's a certain time in your life when friends are important. When you're young and you're trying to differentiate yourself from your parents, you want to break out of that family group where your mother and your father dominate you. You want to break out of that. And during that period of your life, friendship is very important. But for healthy, well-adjusted individuals, that progresses to the next stage where you find a wife or a husband of the opposite sex. You pair bond. You marry. You surrender your individuality. When you're young and you're a child, you're being dominated by your parents. You're cared for by your parents. You're dominated by your parents. If your parents don't find you pleasing, they can deprive you of food and leave you to freeze in the cold. They obviously shouldn't, but they can. And you know that. Then you reach a point where you need to individuate yourself from them. You need to be able to feed yourself and keep yourself warm without your parents' approval. And you need to
And his audio died again. Come on, brother. His later videos are fine. When he moves into his weird bedroom corner. From what I can gather is that his childhood is also really bad. None of his parents loved him either. You turned out way better than he did, Roger. I will say that.
People always behave differently when there's someone watching. If you have a private conversation with somebody, it's not the same as if there are a bunch of people watching you. If you want someone to be genuine with you, remove that from the equation. If you want someone to be genuine with you, speak to them privately. And the eyes are the window to the soul. If you want to know the truth, speak to people privately and look them in the eyes. Audiences.
I actually agree with this. I've done that before to someone. So yes, if you want to know the truth, you should look people in the eye. Absolutely.
Come between you and the truth. The internet comes between you and the truth. If you want the truth, look them in the eyes and speak to them privately. If you don't do that, then you're just hiding from the truth. I was going to look.
Okay, now we're getting into his family. I think he was a friend of my daughter's. All right. Now, like I said, from what I understand, is that he claims in one of his later videos, his reputation was ruined and he doesn't get to see his daughter anymore.
At an apartment, a basement apartment, in 2021. I was out in Scarborough. I didn't like the apartment and I didn't feel a click with the landlord. And I was on my way back to where I'd been staying. And I was sitting on a curb in a parking lot. And this black guy drove up in a car when he talked to me, and he said that he was selling weed. And it's hard to sell weed in Canada now because it's not illegal anymore. And there's legal places to buy it everywhere. And the weed supply had been adulterated with addictive drugs. The street weed is adulterated with addictive drugs, and there's legal weed that you can buy in the stores. So it's hard to sell weed. If you want to sell cocaine or crack or crystal meth or ketamine or LSD or any of that other shit that's illegal, you can make money doing that, but you're not going to make money selling weed on the street anymore. People don't trust it, and the price is so cheap in the dispensaries. You can buy an ounce for $2.25 a gram. But this black guy talked to me, and he asked me if I was interested in buying weed. Like he could get me really good weed at a really cheap price. And he offered to give me a free sample to try. And I was like, yeah, sure, man. He's like, okay. So he gave me his phone number, and I passed him my phone, and he punched his digits into my phone. And then he went to his car to get the weed that he was going to give me. My understanding was that he would give me some free weed, and if I smoked it and I liked it, then I could call him and I could buy more. And hopefully it would be at a cheaper price than I would get from a dispensary. So he punched his digits into my phone, and then he went to his car, and then he came back out of his car, and he threw a baggie at me. He didn't hand it to me. He threw it at me. And then he ran and jumped in his car and drove away instantly. And it wasn't weed in the baggie. It was cocaine. And the whole thing looked like a setup. I don't know. Is this guy a cop? This doesn't seem like something a cop would do. This seems like I'm being set up. This seems like it's a private thing, like somebody's trying to set me up. There's probably somebody somewhere with their phone aimed at me recording this. This is a setup. This is a test. It's either a setup or a test. And took the baggie, and I picked it up.
Either that or some action movie music. I don't know. This seems like a tense plot to a movie.
And I saw that it had cocaine in it. And I fucking freaked out because I knew I was being set up.
And then the man's audio breaks again. One day he'll figure this out. It's probably why he switches over to his computer.
People like to make it seem like I abuse women. I fucking keep them under my thumb and I crush them and all this shit. Every woman that's ever been involved with me, I always provided them with strength and stability and safety, a home, a nest, financial security, physical security, food security, shelter. I gave them resources to be creative with. And I thought they were beautiful. So I was happy to do it. I didn't feel exploited. They never made me feel exploited because they were meeting my needs. I was getting my needs met. I did not feel exploited. And I gave them all the freedom that they needed to pursue their passions and creativity. And they shone. They shone like stars. And when I was gone,
And he did it again.
I went out for a bit of a walk. And I saw these three guys smoking cigarettes. And I asked them if I could buy a cigarette off them. I didn't want to buy a pack. I just wanted one to smoke. And they all said no, they don't have any extra cigarettes. They obviously knew who I was. I could see recognition in their eyes. I had no idea who the fuck they were, but I could see recognition in their eyes, and I could see that they didn't like me. If I had been any other person, they would have been, sure, man, have a cigarette. But they didn't like me. They obviously knew who I was, but they didn't like me. I walked around a bit. Some blonde-haired woman gave me a cigarette. And I came back to my apartment building, and the three of them were still standing there. And I said to them, I'm very tempted to beat the living fucking shit out of all three of you right now. I could easily beat the shit out of all three of you right now. And the only reason that I don't is because I don't want to go back to jail. And I'm actually very tempted to do it anyway, because I've lost everything I care about and I see no future for myself. And I really don't have anything left to lose. So I'm very tempted to just beat the living fucking shit out of all three of you right now anyway, even though I will go to jail.
You know, with him talking earlier in this stream about how he wants to kill us all and exterminate us, that's really not good to hear. He's got nothing left to lose. I do think this guy is going to end up on the news at some point in the future.
But you're just not worth it. And they were cowards. And I just walked away. We could have been living in a nice house, wearing nice clothes, driving a nice car, having beautiful furniture, having a home for ourselves that others might think eclectic and strange, but was so perfectly us, a place that we would never want to leave. Comfortable, with delicious ingredients.
My plans really are to actually talk to Ian Foote himself. I don't know about tracking down his ex, especially when, especially that Sarah chick is talking about how she's afraid of him. I don't think she wants to relive, whatever that is. But Ian Foote himself is more than welcome to come up here. We're about to get friends. Good friends. All right, cool. It's always good to have good friends.
It's in the refrigerator. And going out and eating at the finest restaurants. eating delicious food, living the good life. But you wanted to play. You wanted excitement. You wanted the thrill. You wanted the games. And you don't get to live the good life if you do that. You just get to be a fucking loser.
Well, here's the thing, though. We went through his website and everything. He's got work experience. He knows he's a very intelligent man when it comes to software engineering. He can come. I'm sure he can figure out StreamYards and come on a stream if he wants to. Now, what he'll say once he's on said stream, now that's up for debate. But if we can get him up here.
You think that I'm sickly thin.
Hello, Nicolina. Welcome. Hello, Spicy Disaster. Hello, copy that. Welcome to the Diaries of Ian Foote.
And you think the women that I like are sickly thin. You find us unattractive. I don't give a shit. Because what I see when I look at you is a bunch of fat, obese pigs. But not all of you are fat, obese pigs. Some of you are fucking gym rats. You're a bunch of vain gym rats. You sit there primping and preening yourself, like fucking taking your little Instagram things. You're like a fucking woman. You're like a fucking woman. Jesus Christ, man. I mean, I'm an athlete. I was an Olympic grade athlete once. I'm an athlete, but I respect power lifters. I respect rock climbers. I respect parkour. I respect gymnasts. I respect martial artists. I don't respect primping, preen, and fucking bodybuilders. You're faggots. You're fucking faggots. Jesus Christ. So there's a fucking bunch of obese fucking people and these fucking bodybuilder faggots. You know what? Fuck you.
Oh, that was intense. Oh wow, he looks like Gandalf in this one. Oh, what is this? You're rating me. Oh well, hello everyone who's rating me now. Well, we are studying Ian Foote. He is a new lolcow I have found with only he only had 28 subscribers. Now he's up to like 30 some. Here, since new people are coming in, I'll play his latest video. His latest video is why we're doing this stream. Because I think he's on the verge of doing something horrible. Because he's already had violent fantasies up until now. And his newest video is titled, I just want to kill everyone. I don't want a happy ending. Things are too fucked up to save.
I don't want a happy ending anymore. I don't want a happy ending anymore. There's no future ahead of me that isn't completely consumed with fear and misery and pain and hate. And all I want is death. And I want to take you down with me. If I had a million wishes, it wouldn't matter. If I had an infinite number of wishes, it still wouldn't matter. I don't care anymore. I don't want a good outcome. I don't want a happy ending anymore. I just want to kill you all of you. I don't want to rule you. I don't want to conquer you. I just want to exterminate you. I want to die, and I want to take you with me. And that's all I care about anymore.
So yeah, I mean, and yeah, he will be a worthy watch. That's for sure, Roger. But I don't know. This guy may not be around a whole lot longer. So let's go back to where we were. We're going through his whole channel. He has like 900 and some videos. So where are we at now in the list? We are at let's see. We are at 875. His 875th video.
Early in my career, I was going above and beyond at work. I was helping out with the network administrator, even though it wasn't my responsibility. And one day, I pulled a sickie and went away with my woman to the rainforest for a long weekend. While I was gone, the server had a problem, and the network administrator wasn't able to fix it. And the entire company basically shut down for an entire day. And they were cursing my name up and down the hallways, the owner. And everybody was looking at me like I was about to get fired. I got a huge raise and a company phone that day.
We haven't even gotten to the part now. There was earlier in this stream, there was this lady called Sarah Nugent who he claimed to have been in love with, and that he basically stalked this woman and made her afraid of him, and she ruined his reputation. Well, later on, one of his videos is talking about how he wants to rape her, kill her, and then bury her body in the woods. Verbatim. That's the title of the video.
Because that was the day they realized how important I was. And when I got back, I told them right in front of everybody, it's not my job. It's not my responsibility. These are my responsibilities. This is my job. I don't appreciate you calling me down in front of everybody. If you want me to take responsibility for these things, you add it to my contract. You give me a cell phone, you pay for it, and you give me a raise. And they realized we need him. And they did exactly what I wanted them to do. This is a funny story. One of the most important moments of my life, one of the most influential moments of my life. I used to work for a company. They were called Foreign Exchange Translations. They provided translation services for medical equipment manufacturers and drug companies. They had a team of 1,500 work-from-home translators all around the globe. They were multilingual and had knowledge of the medical industry and could understand jargon. And I was responsible for the software that organized everybody. And there was a company called Wyeth Corporation. They were the largest drug company in the world at the time. And we had a meeting. I had a meeting with the CEO of Wyeth Corporation, and I had a meeting with the CTO of Wyeth Corporation, and the president of Foreign Exchange Translations was in the meeting. Just a bit of background. Wyeth Corporation acquired Pfizer, the second largest company. I think they were the second. Anyway, they acquired Pfizer and became a larger company. And they owned the name Wyeth and Pfizer, and they thought Pfizer was a cooler sounding name, so they kept the name Pfizer. So the men that I was meeting with, the CEO and the CTO of Pfizer, and Foreign Exchange Translations merged with a company called Amplexor from Europe. And they ditched the Foreign Exchange Translations name, and now they're called Amplexor. You can look these companies up. So the people at Pfizer wanted to know that we could take this distributed team of 1,500 work-from-home translators and integrate them into the workflow at Pfizer so smoothly and so seamlessly that it seemed like they were going to send the work down to another floor of the office building. It had to be that seamless. It had to be that easy. There could be no barriers. And I was the one that had to build it. And they had to believe that I could build it. So I was in my living room in Nova Scotia, in my home office, and had a meeting with, the CEO and the CTO of Pfizer. You could argue that these are some of the most powerful and influential men in the world. And I didn't want to choke. I was pretty nervous and I didn't want to choke. This is a pretty big meeting. I'm booking swimming with sharks now. So I rolled myself a joint and I stripped down to my boxer shorts and I cracked a beer and I put them on speakerphone. This president and the CEO and the CTO and me. And I didn't light the joint right away. I held it in my hand like Linus from Peanuts with his security blanket to make him feel secure. I had my joint in my hand. I had a beer in my hand. I'm drinking my beer. I've got these men on speakerphone and I'm pacing around my living room talking to them. And about half an hour into the meeting, I lit the joint.
Oh my God, his audio broke again. Right in the middle of his story. I was into that story too. You know, for this guy who hypes up how good he was with computers, he cannot seem to figure out how to actually make sure his audio works his entire video.
I've had a lot of problems with the alphabet people since I came to this city. There was an old man that I met, and he hired me. He busked playing guitar, and he hired me to record him busking with my phone and then edit his video and put it up on YouTube. And I think he was a creep, a fag, a pervert. And I think that he was pretending to other people that we had some kind of a relationship when he just paid me to record him and edit a video for him so he could put it on YouTube. I might be paranoid, but I really think that this guy actually was trying to make people think that he was my boyfriend or something like that, when he was just a guy that I knew who paid me to record and edit a video for him. If I'm right, confirm it for me, please, so I can set people's fucking expectations properly. I used to be friends with a guy named Joe Tarasco back in Halifax. He was my next door neighbor, one of my closest friends, rhythm guitarist in my band. We used to play Magic the Gathering all the time. If I was working long hours doing software development, I had a very long, like one entire wall was covered by desk, and there were multiple computers and multiple monitors, network equipment, and a firewall, switches, and they would give me as many hours as I wanted. No overtime, but if I was willing and able to work 60 hours a week, then they would pay me to work 60 hours a week. And they trusted me to do a good job because I did a great job. And they saw that I did a great job, and they're like, man, just work to get the job done. My interactions, I had a meeting once a week on Skype. And I wouldn't clock off at 5 o'clock and sit down and watch TV and play video games mindlessly. Why would I do that when I enjoy my job? But I would get lonely. So I'd have friends come over. They'd bring their Xbox and be drinking beer and smoking weed. And I'd have 3 friends sitting on my sofa, and they'd be passing the game controllers around and socializing. And I'd be sitting there typing, doing my work, and be talking over my shoulder. The joint would be passed around in a circle, and I'd take a toke because I could work just fine with a fucking joint to me. And if I reached the point where I didn't feel like I could work effectively, where I was like just sitting there staring at the screen and billing hours to somebody and ripping them off, I was just like, well, that's 10 hours for today. I guess I'm done. You guys want to play some cards? It was that kind of a thing. When my daughter was around, she loved all these guys and they loved her. Yeah. Joe said something to me that stuck with me. we were going to do something. I can't remember what it was. And I was like, okay, so if this happens, then we got to do this. If this happens, then we got to do this. If this happens, then we got to do this. If this happens, then we got to do this and this and this. And I just rattled it off right fast in like 60 seconds. And somebody said something about it. And Joe said, that's just the way Ian is, man. He always has to think of everything that might happen and what has to be done if that does happen. And if you interrupt the process, then it just takes longer. If you just don't interrupt him at all and you just let him do it, then he'll finish it fast and then you can move forward. And it's true. It's like that. I like.
Again, with his audio. This time he didn't even get halfway through the video. He didn't even get halfway through the video this time, so his audio messed up.
When I was back in Halifax, I dated this woman named Michelle. Tiny little Irish thing. Dated her for about a month. She broke things off with me and got back together with her abusive ex-boyfriend. When I say got back together, I mean she let this piece of shit stay in her place. And he was like dating other women while taking advantage of her. And she broke things off with me to get back with him. And then after telling me that she wasn't dating or whatever, I went online to try to find somebody to go out with. And I saw her on there and I was like, what the fuck? You just telling me this and this and this, and then you're on here looking for strange. Like, and she started getting all fucking, you piece, like, don't talk to me. And she called the police on me.
I'm not surprised someone called the cops on him. See, he seems to have very bad luck with the women in his life. And I think this all goes back into how he eventually is not able to see his daughter, is because he probably does something to a woman and it ruins his reputation.
Or I'll call the police on you and all this shit. And I was like, okay, whatever. She told me while we were dating that she'd get angry at people and say things she didn't mean, and they'd take things too seriously, and she'd lose friends and people that she cared about that way. So I thought, I'll give it a week, let her fucking chill out for a week, calm down, and then I'll go over. I'm not gonna call or text or message like a bitch. I'm gonna go over and talk to her, and we'll see what happens. What's the worst that's gonna happen? Wasted my time. I went over there, and she had another man on the sofa when she opened the door. And I'm like, okay, I ain't having no fucking heartfelt fucking talks about shit with fucking another guy here. This is just waste of my time. Yeah, I can't even talk to you when I see your company later. And she called the police. They showed up at my fucking work. And I was like, okay, I don't know why you guys are here, but let's go talk outside. I'll have a cigarette. You can tell me why you're here. I'm like, so what do you want? They're like, I think you know why we're here, basically. I'm like,
yeah, Roger, he sits in his house all day and spam posts videos. Like all of these videos, like pretty much from like past the first couple, have been in the last 2 months, and we've still got over 800 to go.
I don't know why you're here, man. Is it because of someone, my daughter's mother? What are you here for? And they're like, oh, he really doesn't know. Like, well, you went to see Michelle. I was like, yeah, I did. We dated for a while, and she got pissed off, and I thought I'd give her a little time to cool down and then go over and talk to her. She had another man in her apartment, so I left. I have no intention of going back over there again. And like, well, you're not allowed to talk to her anymore because, you've been warned. And if you talk to her again, then, if it calls us, then you're locked up. And I'm like, well, what if I wait 3 months and she gets in touch with me and she wants to get back?
It's from social isolation. He's basically ranting into the void. Any thought that pops into his head, he pulls out his phone or eventually moves on to his computer and he just starts ranting into the void for however long it takes. If he had discovered live streaming and started talking to a chat, he might actually be better off mentally than where he is in present times.
back together again. Like, you know. And he said, look, man, that happens all the time. You get these women, they're crazy, they get emotional, and they call us, and we come and warn you. And then a couple months later, she turns her head around and she wants to get back together. And then a month after that, she loses her temper again, and she calls us again. Only this time you've been warned, and now you're under arrest. It's not friendly like this. And it happens all the time. So it doesn't matter if she wants to talk to you or not. Just stay away from her. Don't talk to her anymore. And I'm like, all right, fair enough. He said something like, when we get called, either one of the two people's a piece of shit. Either the man's a piece of shit and we were called for a good reason, or we weren't called for a good reason and the man's not a piece of shit, and the woman who called us for no good reason is a piece of shit. And you got to stay away from women like that. So whether you're the piece of shit or she's the piece of shit, it doesn't matter. You still can't.
And there goes his audio again. And yeah, I want to get into his Discord too, definitely. And yeah, he moves onto his computer because I hear clicking noises in some of his later videos. So I'm thinking that he can go live if he registers his phone number, because I was able to go, like, my very first real video before I had any subs was a live stream. You know, the Vault, which is Bells of Nevermore's drama channel, doesn't have that many subscribers, and it's able to go live. It was able to go live, like, it had like 20 subscribers, I think, when it went live the first time.
I was doing really well. My family is so caught up in all this feminist, woke, gender equality shit. They didn't want me to be with somebody that I wanted to be with. They were always talking about power balances and equality and all this shit. They didn't want me to be with somebody who I had power over because I was strong and healthy and wealthy and older and wise. And I was supposed to be with somebody that I had that power balance with. I wasn't supposed to choose somebody I thought was beautiful and whose company I enjoyed and who I loved. I had to buy into this power balance bullshit. And it was all this shit about how they don't really love me. They just want my money. That's why I worked so hard to get that money. That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted. I don't want to marry anymore. I don't want to marry anymore.
Well, he mentioned having an ex-wife, so I think that he's kind of given up. I'm surprised he was married. So at some point, he was a lot better off than he is now. Yeah, power couple.
The whole thing about, finding the thing that makes you excited, finding your passion, finding your drive, finding yourself, being independent, trying to have a relationship where it's not mutual dependence, but independent. Success and all that. I don't like you people. I don't like you people at all. It's your passion that makes me not like you. It really is. Your passion is why I don't like you. When I was growing up, I always had like a list. I don't want my woman to have anything that's pulling her outside of the home. I don't want her to have a job or a career where it's like, I'm sorry, I like to hang out with you and the kids and have dinner and watch movies and have sex after the kids have gone to sleep. But I have responsibilities. I have people that need me. I'm an important person, and I'm educated, And I have people that need me, and I can't be there for you right now. I'm sorry. I have a life of my own. I'm an independent woman. I have a life of my own. I look for that. And every time I see it, it's 3 strikes, you're out instantly. 3 strikes, you're out instantly.
Oh wow, there we go. Now we're gonna get some backstory on the daughter. They are all liars, all liars. Where the fuck is my kid?
You ever had somebody tell you that they were lying to you without telling you that they were lying to you? Have you ever been in a position where everybody's fucking lying to you and everybody's keeping you in the dark and playing mind games with you? The people that you loved and trusted, they're playing mind games with you and lying to you. And you're pushing and you're pushing and you're pushing and trying to find leverage to force them to talk. I'm planning on suing my family for lying to me. I don't
So at this point, he's getting paranoid delusions.
know what it is I'm going to squeeze out of them. I don't know.
Like he loses the braid in his beard and he just goes even crazier.
Talk to me anymore. None of the people that I ever cared about will ever fucking tell me the truth. It's just lies stacked on lies, 10 miles tall. But when I talked to my friend, he said something really ominous. He said something to the effect that I have to take it slow, that when I find out the truth, when I find out the things that everybody's been hiding from me, it's going to be really horrible. It kind of made me think that, like, I'm going to kill myself if I find out what they've been lying to me about. And I'm really worried about my kid. I ask people to help me. If I have a network of people that I can tap on the shoulder to help me, then that makes me stronger. I'm a stronger person. If I have a network of people that will give me information that is relevant to my life so I can make better decisions, that makes me stronger. But I don't have that. I have people that stonewall me and won't help me because I don't know. They won't help me. And then when they finally get sick and tired of it, they step in and they take over and they try to do everything for me. They either do one or the other. Either they stonewall me and drain my energy away. Energy that if I knew right away that they were going to help me, that I wouldn't have bothered wasting my time with them. The act of asking them to help me and having them fight with me just makes my job harder. And then when I'm weak and I can't do anything anymore, instead of helping me, they step in and try to take over and do shit for me. It feels like watching the woman of your dreams go off, and you're trying to get the woman of your dreams to marry you, and you ask your friend to help you, and he cuts in and he takes your girl and for a fucking fling for the weekend.
Bro, your audio, you gotta fix it. Come on, man. Yeah, he has these great stories and he keeps getting himself cut off. I hope he addresses his audio issues at some point.
Still remember my first home invasion. There was a guy. We were having a party on the native-owned island between Ottawa and Hull, between the French and the English sides in the middle of the river. There's a little island that at that time at least was granted by treaty to the natives. And they were trying to take it away from them because they said it wasn't being used at all. So the natives had a get together down there and they wanted to share their culture with anybody that was interested. And me and my friends wanted to support them and help them out. And we also kind of just wanted to go and party. I mean, I'm not going to pretend that we were some sort of sacrificing heroes. But we, at any rate, went down there, and there was campfire, and there's at least 20 of us, but there weren't any shelters. So I was, an alpha. So I was like, okay, guys, we're going to go over to Spark Street where all the fruit vendors' stalls are, and we're going to steal tarps. We're going to take them back here. We're going to build shelters for everybody. It was like after midnight at this point. It was late. So we went on an adventure to steal a bunch of tarps. And while we were gone, this puny little coke dealer guy raped this tiny little raver chick in the tent. All the big strong men were gone away on a quest, and this snivelly little coward raped a woman in a tent. And when we got back, the whole thing was over, and there were tears, and I didn't know for sure. I didn't know this chick real well at this point. Women lie, and I know they do, but sometimes they don't. It's a case by case. So I just was like chilling back and keeping my eyes and ears open to see what's going on. And this guy was charged with rape, and they let him go. And he went around bragging to people that he did it, that he raped a woman in a tent and got away with it. And I was working as a recycler, and I was in the truck that went around to grab all the recyclables. And I heard these guys talking in the front. This guy, big burly French guy, and this tall, lanky black guy were working with me that day, and they were good friends, and they liked the powder. And they knew this guy, and they were amazed at the audacity that he had, that he raped her, beat the charges, and then went around bragging about it. And I was like, okay, I'm getting this guy. And I didn't make a big song and dance and advertise it to the world. I had a little Jewish friend named Bernie. And I said, hey, man, I want to get this guy. Can you keep your eyes and ears open for me and see if you can find him? And one day I was sitting in my apartment with my buddy Todd from Alberta, punk with all tattoos all over him, and my buddy Shadow, this big, strong black guy. He picked the name Shadow. We didn't give a damn.
Again, another good story cut off.
I don't want any excitement. I've had enough excitement to last me for the rest of my life. I want good things. I don't want excitement. If you look upon me and you see excitement, and you heard stories about me and they sound exciting, they're flailing out of character acts of a desperately lonely man. They're not the acts of a man who's happy and living his best.
I'm curious what his audio issue is and why it keeps doing that.
Just reading Elon Musk's 6 rules for insane productivity. It was leaked, apparently. One of them talks about the chain of command and about how he doesn't believe that it's appropriate to force communications through a chain of command, and it's okay to approach people directly. And anybody that tries to enforce a chain of command communication style will be fired. And I see what he's saying and why he says it. But I think if you are going to do something like that, and there is a chain of command, you're obligated to notify the person up the chain of command from you so that they don't feel like they're going around not knowing what's going on underneath them. If there's a culture where it's considered perfectly acceptable to just skip the chain of command and go talk to somebody, but there is a chain of command, a hierarchy, then it should be obligatory. Hey, I'm going to go and talk to this guy about this. I'm going to get this done quickly, and the fastest way to do it is to talk to them directly. So I'm going to do it, but I want to keep you in the loop because you're my manager. I would say that that would be an appropriate thing for a manager to do in a circumstance like that. I'm not punishing you for communicating directly with the guy up the chain, but I'm officially warning you that if you continue to leave me out of the loop when you do it, that there will be consequences. And if you continue to do it, then you might be let go. That's how I would deal with it. Just occurred to me that it might actually be my daughter behind this shit. I'll have her arrested if it was.
Okay, he's talking about having his daughter arrested now. That's new. That's the only thing bad I've ever heard him say about his daughter.
I really don't value the respect of the little guys, the little people. I don't value their respect at all. They're worthless and useless, and small and stupid and powerless. I don't place any value on them. I don't like them. I don't respect them. I can't relate to them. We don't have anything to talk about. I'm used to dealing with presidents of companies and CEOs, CTOs, and CFOs. I'm used to dealing with the decision makers, the real leaders, the people at the very top. And I don't deal with them as a subordinate. When I deal with them as a consultant. I deal with them as an expert, an outsider, an expert who is on the same level as them. And they have always dealt with me in the same way because I understand them and they understand me, and we don't bullshit each other. We get the job done. That's what being a leader is. It's about dealing with the problems that come up, not following the rules. It's not about following the rules, because being the leader means the buck stops with you. Everybody else follows protocol, follows the rules, does what they're supposed to do, and everybody follows does what they're supposed to do, and the system comes to a crashing halt, and everything is fucked up because things are not perfect, and it needs a human hand, somebody that can say, "I'm going to take responsibility for this shit personally." Take the rule book and throw it out the window because there's no rule book for this. This is where the fucking metal meets the road. These are the people that I relate to. These are the people I respect. These are the people I like to associate with. These are the people whose opinion I care about. And these people don't like scandal. They don't like scandal. They don't like it when the little people start having opinions about them, because it just interferes with their ability to get the job done. Suddenly they're being dragged into a conversation with a bunch of morons who expect their opinions to matter. I don't want your respect. I don't want your fucking acceptance. I don't consider you important at all. Being noticed by you in any way.
So there is a lot of narcissism here too. I mean, what I can tell, it looks like he was very successful once upon a time, but his life is in shambles now, and his delusions, his paranoid delusions, his narcissistic delusions, all of these are getting a lot worse as we get further into his videos.
Way is just a liability. If you want me, expect me, and try to press me to sacrifice myself for the greater good and do what's best for everybody, then that means you're antisocial. Because there's nothing in it for me. I just get the short end of the stick. And I don't want to associate with you. The thought of associating with you further makes me angry, frightened, bad taste in my mouth. It's something I want to avoid because there's nothing in it for me. Pro-social behavior means that you create win-win relationships with people that you meet. You don't go around judging everybody, trying to find fault with them, and trying to show off how wonderful you are. You just look at everybody you meet and you say, okay, what can we do together here that will make us both stronger and feel like, yeah, I'm fucking glad I met that guy. I don't know if we're going to work on any projects in the future, but I hope so, because it worked out well the last time. That's pro-social behavior. All of your bullshit about doing what's right for everybody and all that shit, that's antisocial behavior. That's exploitation. That's you expecting people to sacrifice themselves for you. You are the antisocial ones. You made me a symbol.
Hello, Pindar.
I can't just slide into a place and get to know people on a personal level. Be fun and funny and drink and make jokes and laugh. I can't strike up conversations with people and feel them out and see where we can find common ground without any sort of background. Everywhere I go, my reputation precedes me. I can't just slide into a place and get to know people personally and feel each other out and find something that we can work together on that makes us both feel rewarded.
He's also said he lives in a city. Like, how in the world have you destroyed your reputation so bad that nobody in the city wants anything to do with you? How do they even know who you are?
I can't do that anymore because you made me a symbol. And I fucking hate you. My reputation precedes me everywhere I go. And I hate you for it. I hate you for it so goddamn fucking much. I didn't even get to be in control of it. I didn't even get to choose it. I hate your guts. I want you all to die. I really don't value the respect of the little guys, the little people. I don't value their respect at all. They're worthless and useless, and small and stupid and powerless. I don't place any value on them. I don't like them. I don't respect them. I can't relate to them.
I swear we just watched this video.
We don't have anything to talk about. I'm used to dealing with presidents of companies and CEOs, CTOs, and CFOs. I'm used to dealing with the decision makers, the real leaders, the people at the very top. And I don't deal with them as a subordinate. When I deal with them as a consultant.
This is someone who doesn't even have 50 subscribers yet. They're a very tiny little lolcow. His name is Ian Foote. He has a website, too, in his About page. He's a very intelligent man, but he has lost his mind the last few months. He's getting worse.
Rules does what they're supposed to do, and everybody follows the fucking does what they're supposed to do, and the system comes to a crashing halt, and everything is fucked up because things are not perfect, and it needs a human hand, somebody that can say, "I'm going to take responsibility for this shit personally." Take the rule book and throw it out the window because there's no rule book for this. This is where the fucking metal meets the road. These are the people that I relate to. These are the people I respect. These are the people I like to associate with. These are the people whose opinion I care about. And these people don't like scandal. They don't like scandal. They don't like it when the little people start having opinions about them because it just interferes with their ability to get the job done. Suddenly they're being dragged into a conversation with a bunch of morons who expect their opinions to matter. I don't want your respect. I don't want your fucking acceptance. I don't consider you important at all. Being noticed by you in any way is just a liability. There aren't really any journalists anymore. Once a journalist starts having an opinion, they stop being a journalist. Once they stop trying to present both sides of the story, once they stop trying to argue against what they believe, they stop being a journalist. They become a critic.
See, now we're back to rational Ian. You know, this is how he is supposed to be. Now, if we could just get over whatever his emotional problems are, we can get it. We can get him back on track, because a lot of what he says, especially when it comes to politics and things like that, he's not wrong. He knows what he's talking about.
Become a political pundit, but they're not a journalist. I guess nowadays the word has changed. Journalists don't journal the truth in an impartial way in order to protect the ability of people in the future to see patterns that they themselves might have missed. They just try to control the narrative. They're storytellers, they're political pundits, they're critics, but they're not journalists, because journalists aren't supposed to have opinions. And if they do have opinions, they're supposed to keep them to themselves, because it's a violation of their duty. They're not journalists, and they shouldn't present themselves as such. I hate it when people are gentle with me. I really do. I hate gentleness. I hate when people sugarcoat things. Just give me the raw, unvarnished, ugly truth. I can handle it, and then I can move forward decisively and not have things lingering in the back of my head, wondering and thinking about things, wondering whether or not I made the right decision or not. Just smack me in the face with the ugly, unvarnished truth and let me process it and move forward. I can't be decisive when I'm fed this type of bullshit. I hate the man I've become, and I hate you. I hate the person I've become as a direct consequence of the way that you treat me, and I hate all of you. Just tell me the fucking truth and don't sugarcoat shit. Let me come to terms with things and move on without baggage and things fucking niggling in my mind from the past. You caused me so much pain. When my daughter was 2 years old, I bought a mobile home in the same trailer park that they filmed the first season of the Trailer Park Boys in. It was the same trailer park that my parents were living in when I was born. We didn't move into our first house until I was 1. And from the time my daughter was 2 until the time she was 3, she lived with her mother for a week, and she lived with me for a week, and she lived with her mother for a week, and she lived with me for a week. And then one day, her mother just unilaterally refused to surrender her to my custody. And when I tried to get the cops to enforce our agreement, the cops refused to help me and told me they'd arrest me if I tried to take matters into my own hands. That was how I lost my kid in the beginning. I was a great fucking father. I was a great father. That year, from the time she was 2 until the time she was 3, was one of the best years of my life. Just before the pandemic started, I reached out to my daughter on Facebook. I told her I was living in a hotel. She probably thought that was really sketch. The reason I was living in a hotel is because I landed a job at Shopify. I needed a place to stay that was local. It's a complicated story, but the gist is I needed a place to stay that was local. I needed something right away. And I found a place that would rent out rooms by the week for cash. It was a 1-star hotel. I had a room with a shower and a sink. I had to share a toilet, but I had a shower and I had a sink and I had a bed and I had a television and I had Wi-Fi and I had everything I needed. There was a microwave out in the hallway that I could use. I had everything I needed. I had a bar fridge and a coffee maker and a hot plate. And it was right across from Trinity Bellwoods Park and they only charged $225 a week for rent, which was perfect because I'm a single guy. I didn't have anything that didn't fit in a suitcase and a backpack. That was exactly what I needed.
You see, it's weird though, because he talks about all this money he has, but he doesn't seem like he's got a lot of money. And later on, he'll do a video where he talks about how he lives off the government. Hello, DC. Welcome.
I walked from the hotel to the office, and from my office to the hotel, and that was where I was living. And I wanted to stay flexible. I wanted to stay mobile and flexible until I had responsibilities that demanded that I give those up. If I don't have
Another thing, this man's audio likes to cut out. I will say his count is accurate because I'm over here counting them myself. Well, hello there, Great. Hello, Izzy Pop. And yeah, I wouldn't recommend doing push-ups on YouTube. They're not exactly the most pleasant. And yes, this is Ian Foote. This is a man who's on the brink of doing something terrible. And we're just watching his decline.
in my shape. Found all this walking home from work.
Okay. Wow, some of these are like joints. I think they might all be joints because I don't see anything that indicates they'd be cigarettes. Some of these look like cigarettes you'd roll. And then he's got some booze. Look at that.
I have no criminal record whatsoever and a completely clean bill of health. But while I was locked in solitary for 2.5 months, while I was waiting for trial, according to the United Nations Nelson Mandela rules against torture, anything in excess of 2 weeks is legally torture. Pretty sure Canada pushed that. I used to get milk bags of milk, bags of juice at breakfast time. And I would take the bags and bite the corner off and suck the milk out. And then I would pull it and stretch it and hang it under the sink, fill it with water and squeeze it out. And fill it with water and squeeze it out. And fill it with water and tie a knot in the end. So I had a water bag. And 3 of them was a kilogram of weight. And I'd save them in my room and hide them. Sometimes I get them at supper too, so I built up a collection. And the guards that walk back and forth, they knew that I had them. They didn't give a shit. I'd tie knots in my t-shirt and use it as a bag and fill it up with water, and then do curls with it and squats with it and push-ups with it on my back and shit like that. They came and told me, hey, we're coming through to do an inspection with the chief guy at the jail. I don't know what the fucking label is anymore. And if he sees those bags of water that you got, I'm gonna have to take them from you because it's my job. So you gotta hide them. So I piled them in the corner, and I made my room all messy, and I threw my clothes in a big pile on top of the bags of water. And the top guy was like disapproving of the messy state of my room and wanted me to wash all of the calculations, and I wrote the Fibonacci sequence all the way around the room, and I wrote the prime numbers all the way around the room. I did all sorts of calculations for my bribe to ban plan, and
See, I actually believe this story because this is an intelligent guy. I could totally see him doing something like this. And it's also like sufficiently manic enough that it fits the rest of his personality.
wrote 60 chapters of a book, and I always drew Odin on the wall, hanging from the world tree, pierced by his own spear, a sacrifice to himself. They made me wash that off the wall so many times. And every time they made me wash it off the wall, they inspected it, they said it was okay. And as soon as they left, I drew it back on the wall right beside the door where they had to walk inside to see it. I drew that thing back on the wall at least 20 times. The last time I held a man's life in my hands was 2022, 2021, 2020, 2019, 2018. I was in jail in 2018, and I had to share a cell with this Nigerian guy. This Nigerian guy beat a pregnant woman with a broom handle so badly that he put her in a coma. And he was in my cell, sharing my cell with me. And he tried to intimidate me. I had a really good cell. I was close to the telephones. I had a good view of the television. It was my cell. And he tried to intimidate me into leaving my cell. Go tell the guards you're afraid and you want to go live somewhere else. He wanted to put one of his friends in the cell with him. I wasn't scared to fight him. I mean, he was bigger than me. He was taller than me, heavier than me, stronger than me, faster than me, younger than me. In every physical way, he was superior to me. But I wasn't afraid.
Well, I'm curious what he was in jail for. And, I haven't I haven't background checked him or anything. I haven't crossed that YouTube boundary. He hasn't done anything to me. So I don't want to push things that far. But, I do think that it has something to do with the way he treats women, because he has, when he was telling that story about Sarah Nugent, however you say it, that was very disturbing to me. How he was like, "Oh, I loved her so much," but she said she told everyone she was terrified of me. Like, that is some creepy stalker shit.
Afraid of him. But I was afraid to go to sleep in the cell with him. A guy who would do that to a pregnant woman, I was afraid that I'd go to sleep and I'd wake up with a toothbrush in my neck. And I wasn't going to act like a bitch and tell the guards I was afraid. That's like throwing blood in the water and waiting for the sharks to come. So I took all of his stuff and I wrapped it all up in his blanket into a little bundle, and I threw it out of the cell onto the floor in the range.
Oh, Pendar. This Ian Foote guy is still on YouTube. Oh yeah, he hasn't been kicked off yet because no one knows who he is. Hold on, I'll show you his latest upload. That's why I'm doing this stream now, partially, is to save all of his footage in case I want to make a video on him, because I don't know if he's still going to be here. But especially because he's threatened to rape and murder people, and his latest video is this.
I don't want a happy ending anymore. I don't want a happy ending anymore. there's no future ahead of me that isn't completely consumed with fear and misery and pain and hate. And all I want is death. And I want to take you down with me. If I had a million wishes, it wouldn't matter. If I had an infinite number of wishes, it still wouldn't matter. I don't care anymore. I don't want a good outcome. I don't want a happy ending anymore. I just want to kill you all of you. I don't want to rule you. I don't want to conquer you. I just want to exterminate you. I want to die, and I want to take you with me. And that's all I care about anymore.
Hello, sunshine. Oh, good night, sunshine. And yeah, and no, there's a lot of violent type fantasization in his channel, and that's his latest upload. This dude's gonna get banned, and I'm gonna lose access to him. That's my theory for how all this turns out. The only reason he doesn't have any fame is because he doesn't meta tag his videos. He doesn't do anything to promote them. He's just ranting into the void for his 4 views per video. Like, nobody knows who this guy is. There's also the theory that he's just going to end up on the news one day for doing something terrible, shooting up the local Walmart or driving a vehicle into a crowd. Like, someone like this is not well and is not going to last.
And I went up to the guy and I said, "You're bounced. You don't live here no more. Go tell the guards you're afraid." And then I went back to my cell and I waited for him to come and fight me. He had 2 choices: either tell the guards he's afraid and get moved to another cell block, or come into the cell and fight me. So he came into the cell to fight me. And he was keeping me away with the jab. I was trying to tie up with him. I was trying to close with him. And he kept me away with the jab. He had long arms. He was strong and tall. He jabbed me many, many times. I took it in the forehead. Didn't snap my head around. Didn't rattle my brain. Knocked me down a couple of times. He must have jabbed me probably 40 times before I managed to get my hands on him. But then I got my hands on him. And once I got my hands on him, we started to scramble, and he tried to get away from me. And he gave me his back. And I grabbed his back, and I got a near rear naked choke on him. And we fell backwards, and we landed on the bed. And I had my arms wrapped around his neck, proper jiu-jitsu rear naked choke. I had the hooks in. I had my legs wrapped around his abdomen. I was squeezing his abdomen with my thighs and squeezing with my legs to make sure that he couldn't get a breath. And I was strangling him. And it wasn't easy. It wasn't like, "Oh, I got the move, you're dead now." He was big and strong, and he didn't want to die. He did not want to die. I was holding on for fucking dear life because he was strong. He was like pushing back with his feet like this. It was like we were lying on the bed, back up against the fucking corner of the bed by the time it was done, and he's trying to get free. And I'm just strangling him. So strong. But I just held on. And then I switched to like a neck crank. I like pushed down with my legs and pulled up and arched my back. And I twisted my arms to the side like I was trying to tear the head off a Barbie doll. And when they looked in the cell, they saw me there strangling him. He couldn't scream for help. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't scream. All he could do was go like this, waving for someone to come and help him. And they rushed into the room, and I had to let him go. Because if I hadn't let him go, they would have just started punching me while I'm hanging on to him. So I let him go. I did lose my cell. They threw me in solitary for a week. But it was worth it. I know that man still has neck pain to this day after what I did to him. And if they hadn't come to rescue him, I could have very easily killed him. I don't care.
Now, for the new people coming, that's not me. He has an issue on certain videos of his where the audio will cut out right at the end. It's very annoying. A lot of times it's during very interesting stories. Now, later on, this issue gets fixed when he starts using his computer.
It got it into their head that the only way that they were going to beat me was just stonewalling me. It's called silent treatment, and refused to give me any information and refused to communicate with me. They gave me this reputation for manipulation and Machiavellianism. They just refused to communicate. They got it in their head that by refusing to communicate, they were holding on to some power. So there never was any communication. There never was any understanding. There never was any reconciliation. It's just hurt on both sides. And it went on for so long that it became an ingrained pattern, crystallized in this way. And now we're just going to hurt each other continuously for the rest of our lives. This is how blood feuds begin. This is how blood feuds begin. Where people fucking hurt each other until the day they die. I remember back when this whole thing with Sarah started. After her birthday came and went.
Okay, now we mentioned Sarah before. Sarah is this woman that he obsessively stalked, who claimed that she was afraid of him while he was like talking about buying engagement rings for her. So there's your context for this one.
Before I gave her that present for Christmas, I spent a month thinking. I used to talk about how much I wanted a family, how much I wanted children. And she always said that she never wanted children. All women in their late 20s and early 30s say shit like that. All the women in their late 20s, they always say they never want children. They want to be rock stars and models. They always want. They always have their heads full of dreams. And they always say they never want kids. And then one day they change their minds. And I knew that. But I spent a solid month thinking about it. If being in a marriage with her meant that I would never get to have children, and it would just be me and her together forever. No one, would I be able to accept it if I married her and we just didn't have children? If I knew now that it would never happen, would I want to marry her? And the answer is yes. I wanted to spend the rest of my life with her. I wanted to wake up beside her. I wanted to go to sleep beside her. I wanted to eat breakfast with her. I wanted to plan our future together. I wanted to pursue all our plans and schemes. I wanted to spend the rest of my life with her. But that meant that I didn't get to have more kids. And that would be unfortunate, but that was what I chose. I wanted to spend the rest of my life with her. That's why I went back there that day. One of the most difficult things I had to learn, one of the most painful lessons I had to learn was not to emulate my father. My father is a short, insecure man. Both of his parents died when I was young. He comes from a military background, but he wasn't an officer. So he was a thug. He was a senior enlisted man, which means he's a thug. And he never had any fucking demand for creative thinking, because there's no room for creative thinking in the enlisted class. The officers are leaders, and they need to think out of the box. They need to think creatively. They're playing a battle of wits with the officers of the enemy. They have to think out of the box. They have to be creative. They have to be unconventional. They have to be surprising. They have to keep the enemy guessing, because they're leaders. And he always had this thing inside him, because he's a high-level enlisted. He behaved like a thug with the people underneath him. But he'd always try to show off for the people above him, because he lived his life in an environment where everything has to be precisely just right on a Navy ship, otherwise the engines don't run. And the men underneath need to have their heads cracked together so that they'll do what they're told. But he can't think creatively, because he's not an officer. That's not his job. It's his job to kiss the ass of the people above him so that they'll give him a cookie. And he likes to show off. wants to be a hero, and he wants to be a show-off. And he wanted me to be a show-off. He was always a proud, insecure man. He always wanted me to show off. And it was easy for me to show off because I'm smart and strong. But I learned the hard way not to show off. Don't get the fucking villagers to grab their pig.
He said he knows not to show off, but we just watched a video of him doing push-ups. Isn't that kind of like showing off? He did 38 of them.
Works. Build vested interest. Don't show off. Don't go there trying to make other people feel small. You like making people feel small. I hated making people feel small. When I was young, they hurt me for it. But when I grew up, I learned not to do it. I'd see the look in people's faces, and I'd see that just by talking about who I was and expressing myself, I'd make them feel small. And if I showed off, I'd make them feel small.
No matter what he does, he makes everyone around him feel small. I think there's some projection going on there. I think him being around everyone else makes him feel small.
Resentful, and they engage in petty behaviors to try to drag me down. I learned not to do that. If I wanted them to respect my intelligence, the right way to do it was for them to see that my intelligence brings a benefit to their lives, and then they'd fight tooth and nail to protect me and preserve the relationship.
Now that's something I can agree with. Actually, that's actually a pretty intelligent statement because he is a smart guy. That's the part I don't doubt. Just if you're looking at his resume, he's a smart guy. Now I don't know about him being this big, strong badass that he's trying to make himself out to be. You know, that remains to be seen.
Because I always went out of my way not to show off, not to make people feel small, not to reveal things that might make them feel small, to try to lift people around me up. They lift me up and I lift them up. And that was always how I lived my life until it all came crashing down because people wanted me to put on a show. And that was the end of me. Stand alone, show off, make people envious, make them jealous, make them not want to help you, make them want to see. I devoted my entire life to helping people work together, not to focus on the things that made them different from each other, but to find the areas where there was overlap, to find areas where they may have many, many different interests, but in this particular area, their interests overlap. Or they were sitting at the bar, talking to each other with a few beers in them, they'd argue and argue and argue and get in a fist fight at the end of the night. But in this one area, they agree. They agree that this is a good goal. And I built them tools and technology to help them to work together to accomplish amazing things that they couldn't do before. And that's what I devoted my entire life to. I devoted my entire life and my entire career to that. They paid me a lot of money because I was really, really good at it. And every time I did this, there was no compulsion. There was no obligation. Everybody that was there believed that what they were doing was something good and noble that should be done. And they also believed that they were realizing their personal goals in the process. Everybody felt like it was a win-win situation. Nobody was compelled to be there. They could take the tools that I built for them and drop them on the ground and leave them. But they didn't want to. They could walk away from the organization and fend for themselves and do it on their own. But they didn't want to. That's my life. That's what I devoted my entire life to. That was my life's purpose. Outside of family, that was my career. That was my purpose. And it had nothing to do with me coming in with some big master plan that came from inside me. It had to do with me coming in and looking around and listening and asking questions and getting people to open up to me, for me to do my job, for me to do what I devoted my life to, it was vital that people open up to me. Not so that I could boss them around like a tyrant, but so that I could understand their role in this enterprise and deliver them tools that would let them do more, faster, better, stronger.
See, I actually relate to that. I feel like that's what I'm doing here on YouTube to a certain extent. See, we are technically... See, he did this test where he was like something, the Myers-Briggs personality test. I saw a video of it. So I took the test and I showed the results on the stream. I read it off. Him and I have the same personality type. We're INTJs. So sometimes when he's talking, like he's saying things, at least I get where he's coming from, in a lot of things.
Was my entire life. My entire life relied on people opening up to me. Tried to get me to speak from my heart. Tried to get me to be independent. You had all these dreams about how I was going to save you. I was going to pull a miracle out of my ass. Waiting. When is it going to happen? When is the miracle going to come?
Oh, his audio went out again, but I'll go ahead and address the chat then. And yeah, Roger. No, that's why I prefer to grapple. See, one thing I've learned from studying martial arts and stuff like that, not like in an actual dojo, just casually, is that apparently if you're in a street fight, the whole idea is to get them into something that knocks them out, like a chokehold. So if I was to study actual fighting techniques, I would not do brawling. Because you're right, your hands are not steel. Or better yet, have a weapon.
Letter to the court asserting that my brother had rambunctiously tackled me like when we were young, and I had been vicious and cruel and tried to take his eye out with my thumb. When the reality is that he'd been contemptuous of me ever since he started down the path to medical school, and I was helping him move his furniture. And I told him if he didn't stop treating me like a bitch, I was gonna fucking break his fucking nose. I was here helping him, and I don't have to. And he proceeded to attack me. And I was sick of his shit. And I put him on the ground, and I put my finger in his eye like this, and told him to freeze like a statue, and I'm gonna get up and leave.
I wear steel toes, but my feet would be better weapons. My kicks would actually do some serious damage. My size 12 steel toe decides to Sparta kick you. That's gonna hurt. And yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, that's pretty bad.
So he froze like a statue, and I got up and left.
Yeah, I have to wear steel toes because of my work. I mean, it's not required. It used to be required, but I've had like a 50-pound pressure washer just fall casually on my feet. I didn't feel a thing. It's pretty nice. But if I hadn't had steel toes on, every single toe on both my feet would have been broken.
Did everything you could to stick my daughter in a bubble and brainwash her, and isolate her and control everything that she hears, and manipulate her into believing what you want her to believe, feeding her false memories. I know what you're like. I know what you do. But you're not going to get away with it, because I am going to end up talking to her. I'm a good fucking guy. When I went into family court, the reason I won is because the judge looked at the quality of my character and found it to be exemplary. And also, her mother perjured herself on the stand with her hand on the Bible after swearing an oath to tell the truth. I had lots and lots and lots of old friends.
Exactly. And honestly, they're very comfortable too.
I've talked to people about learning to dance and had a whole bunch of different mixed reactions.
That's true. That is true. But at that point, that's I mean, your actual foot would have done any worse. It's like armor. That's the way I see it. I can deflect some things, but yes, there are things that if they hit your feet will just crush it down like a hammer on your toes.
An old school metalhead, far more inclined to drink in the woods around a campfire with my friends than to hang out at a rave or a dance club. But
yeah, nothing I work with is going to do anything like that. I think the 50-pound pressure washer was one of the worst. We have things that are over 100 pounds, but nothing like that's going to even do anything to my steel toes either.
when I was single in my 30s in Halifax, trying to meet women of an appropriate age and demeanor for a guy in my situation wasn't exactly, I thought it'd be a little creative. I first learned to dance when I studied capoeira. Me and my daughter both took capoeira lessons. And I had to learn rhythm, because if I didn't learn, I got kicked in the head. And I did get kicked in the head. I got a concussion one time. I ended up sitting on the sidewalk, feeling like I was going to puke. But after my mister hammered rhythm into me, it was a little bit less threatening and seemed like a good way to meet women. So I signed up for swing first, because that stuff where you throw the woman around your body and stuff, that just looked really cool to me. And I only took 2 lessons before there was
If I ever get this guy on for an interview, one of the questions I have to ask him is why is he constantly filming shirtless with a beanie on? Like, what's the gimmick? Is he just choosing to be shirtless? Is he like this all the time?
snowstorm and a bus strike, and I wasn't able to make it to the rest of the classes. Then I took salsa. I took salsa lessons once a week for 16 weeks. So I'm not some like master. And there was a lady in Halifax, a black woman who lived in the north end of Halifax. She lived in a dance studio in like a business zone with her son. And she had like a dance studio in the back and barriers there, like you might see in an office, were there to establish a bedroom for her and her son so they could have a bit of privacy. So when you walked in there, you weren't just staring at their bedroom. But the whole place was their home when no one was there. And in the front, there was a cafe, a little kitchen, and a few seats and a couple of tables. She was my friend. She was friends with my last common law wife. She came to our house. She knew my daughter. And after my daughter and my common law wife were gone, she had a thing called salsa and eggs, where she would give you an hour dance lesson and serve you breakfast for $10. And she was my friend. She was a single mother. I was happy to have somebody to have breakfast with on Sunday morning and happy to help her out. And a lot of times, I gave her a tip too, of course. A lot of times I was the only person to show up. She would have hoped that a dozen people would show up and she'd be able to make $120 in an hour, serving 12 people breakfast and teaching lessons for an hour. But a lot of times it was just me, which, I'd give her $20 instead of 10, and she'd give me an hour-long private lesson and make me breakfast. And I did that quite a bit. And so I learned a little bit of tango, a little bit of waltz and stuff like that. I'm not some ballerina.
I don't know, ladies. What if he asked you to dance? Would you accept?
And I'm not a master dancer. But I mean, I studied martial arts for most of my life. I'm pretty.
And he killed his own audio again. He's threatened to kill people. I don't know the status of Sarah Nugent, but I hope she's okay.
Burnaby, British Columbia, in my sweet apartment in the sky. I had a job working for Frozen Mountain. And while I worked that job, I did real-time audio video communications technology work. And one of the clients that I worked for built telemedicine software that allowed you to be in a remote area away from medical attention with the assistance of a nurse, and to be able to use all of these tools and cameras, stethoscopes and microphones, and anything that fed audio or video to the doctor could be connected to the computer. And they dealt in this hardware. The client I worked for dealt in this hardware, and they wanted everything to be smooth as silk with their software. And I built it. I had to check and see what the deployment was because I was bidding for a government contract last year. And the technology in the company had been merged with a company in the States and was being deployed across hundreds of thousands of locations.
Yeah, I'm starting to hear that a lot in this video. Once again, his audio died. Brother, you gotta fix your audio. It is immoral to talk about anyone but yourself. Immoral. Should be illegal. Okay. Wow. Good to know. What I'm doing right now is immoral, everyone.
I'm talking to somebody I've met. I talk about myself. I talk about where I've been, where I'm going, who I am, what I've done, what I think, how I feel, my hopes, my dreams, my plans. And I want to hear about them, where they've been, where they're going, what they've done, what they think, their hopes, their dreams, their plans, their opinions. If I'm going to talk about somebody else, it would be something along the lines of, hey, I know a guy who knows about that stuff. He might be able to work with you and help you with that. Let me contact him and ask him if it's okay to pass on your contact details. Just a second. Hey man, I'm talking to this guy. He seems cool. He has a need for blah, blah, blah. And I wanted to pass him your contact details. Is that okay with you? Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, he said it's all right for me to give you his contact details. Here you go. He's expecting your call. That's the only time I talk about people behind their back. Talk about yourself or shut the fuck up.
I like what he was doing with the audio on that one.
For me, the rewards of an open society are not the freedom to live without fear, to say what I want and do what I want without fear. That's not the reward of an open society. For me, the reward of an open society is to know everything, to hear everything, to see everything, and to be able to judge. Not for me to live without fear, for other people to live in the fear of my judgment. That's the reward of an open society for me. Being open about who I am and revealing my secrets to other people, that's the price. But the reward is to know all, to see all, to hear all, and to have the freedom to judge more effectively than I do. That's the reward. openness, revealing my secrets to others, that's the price. And it is a price I do not want to pay. Just watch this video. Women talking about how if two men say the exact same thing to you, and one of them you're attracted to physically and the other one you're not, the one you're physically attracted to can say all these things, and it's like makes their butterflies in their stomach and wet between the legs. And if a different man that they're not physically attracted to says the exact same thing, suddenly that man's creepy. That's a fucked up view of the world. Creepy means creeping around, following people through the woods, stalking on them, spying through their windows. Creepy means sneaky. You know, creepy.
And his audio cuts out. Well, some of your behavior is very creepy. The way you were talking about Sarah was creepy. The fact that you seem to have random breakdowns is kind of creepy. It's odd. Some videos are fine. It's not. At first, I thought it was a length thing, that he has issues with videos. Certainly, but this video is at 1 minute and 20 seconds, and it's still having the issue. Roger suggested it was an iPhone issue, and I think that might be it. But he switches to his computer at some point, like later down the line.
They say they want women to be safe, these people on the left. They spend a lot of time talking about how they want women to be safe. But they don't. They want them to be independent. All of the safest countries in the world to live in, they're all extremely chauvinistic. Saudi Arabia is one of the safest countries in the world. Japan is one of the safest countries in the world. The chauvinistic countries are the safest countries in the world. When they say they want women to be safe, they're lying. They don't want them to be safe. They want to thrust them into unsafe situations. They want to groom them for unsafe lifestyles. They want to.
You see, he was just talking about how he likes open societies, and he's talking about how he's capitalist and he's free in other videos that we were watching. Now all of a sudden he's just like, yes, we need to be like Saudi Arabia. Like, okay, he's going back and forth here. Well, this is a brand new guy. We're still learning about him. It's Ian Foote. He is a man that's been pushed to the edge. I'm covering him today in this big stream, long stream it's going to be, because he has made a disturbing video. I'm just going to play this anytime a bunch of new people come in, because it's his latest video, and there's been a lot of other stuff like this.
I don't want a happy ending anymore. I don't want a happy ending anymore. There's no future ahead of me that isn't completely consumed with fear and misery and pain and hate. And all I want is death. And I want to take you down with me. If I had a million wishes, it wouldn't matter. If I had an infinite number of wishes, it still wouldn't matter. I don't care anymore. I don't want a good outcome. I don't want a happy ending anymore. I just want to kill you all of you. I don't want to rule you. I don't want to conquer you. I just want to exterminate you. I want to die, and I want to take you with me. And that's all I care about anymore.
So yeah. And this whole channel is kind of documenting him. He hasn't gotten that bad yet in our coverage of him. We're at 800. Now, the way I think this works is that it starts from his first video being 906, I believe. So we're only so we have 838 videos to go. and he's had some violent stuff. He's talked about this girl called Sarah Nugent, who basically he was in love with. He was gonna buy engagement rings for her, and she was terrified of him, and she ruined his reputation. And he talks about his reputation being ruined a lot later on, and how it cost him. He can't see his daughter anymore. It cost him all this money. So yeah, we're just listening to his story from his own words when his audio is not cut off.
Reassure them because they want them to do these things, but they don't actually care about them. Have you ever heard of the Streisand effect? It's named after Barbara Streisand's attempt to hide things. Something about a beachfront property. She wanted to hide it. And she started taking all these steps to try to censor the information.
Well, that's the funny thing, Roger. These videos are only 2 months old, and he's just been spam posting all these videos in this 2-month period. Like, it's insane. Like 900 and some videos in 2 months. Think about that. That's 350. That's over 350 videos a month.
Instead of just addressing it directly and moving past it. If she had addressed it directly, moved past it, she would have disarmed it all, and it would have been so boring that nobody would have noticed. But because she started trying to hide things, people started being suspicious. They started, their ears pricked up. And once people feel like you're trying to hide it,
I mean, we just saw that he had uploaded like 10 videos a day, just about 20, like, what was it? What would you say? Like, it was 22 videos in a 48-hour period. Like, when people start posting things like that, when it's arranged shit like that, I'm fully expecting them to, like, you said he was like male Letitia. He may be on his way to jail now. He may not even have a chance to actually be famous.
something from them, they'll immediately start trying to find it out and trying to spread it around. It's just like a psychological thing. Barbara Streisand taught the world that when things like this happen,
72 hours. Like, he also posts shorts too, which are their own little rabbit hole. A lot of them are of him playing harmonica and stuff.
don't try to censor it or ignore it or pretend it isn't happening. You have to address it directly. You have to satisfy the people's curiosity instantly, because then it doesn't become intriguing. You have to make it not intriguing, and then it goes away. The Streisand effect. Being an INT.
Yes, and as we looked at it on his website, he's doing remote software development. Like that, it looks like it's kind of a work website because it has all his work experience. It looks like he's does he actually think anyone's going to see this YouTube channel and want to employ him? I don't know. It's just really odd.
DJ personality type. They call us the mastermind. You know what it means, right? It means that we have absolutely zero tolerance for risk. That we don't like taking chances. We don't like being impulsive. People from my personality type, they are very, very risk averse. They're they don't like being impulsive at all.
Generally, being impulsive gets me in trouble. So no, people from our personality type are generally like we take calculated risks. You know, we got to weigh the rewards to those risks. You know, you don't just throw yourself into the fire for no reason.
We don't feel comfortable doing anything until we've thought about all the different permutations, all the different possibilities, and made contingency plans for everything that we can think of. Being right.
So yeah, I definitely do that. I definitely have all backup plans, plan B and C, contingency plans, outs. Yes, absolutely.
NTJ personality type, being a mastermind personality type, means that unless we've thought of everything through exhaustively and analyzed the situation to death and come up with contingency plans for everything that we can think of, we don't want to do anything. We're unhappy unless we've done that. And every single movement that we make, if we don't have the chance to analyze the shit out of everything and come up with contingency plans for everything, then we don't want to do anything. We don't like to do anything without thinking everything through and making plans for every contingency. And that's me. That's who I am.
Yeah, but what's your contingency plan for all your videos threatening people and your videos threatening to exterminate people in general, just humanity? Hello, Summer Thunder. Welcome.
I'm sorry if I made you feel like a whore. I'm really sorry that you felt like a whore. But you have to be. You do. Women, there's no shortage of career women in my country. They have all these male friends that they have these intellectual conversations with and talk about their problems and cry on their shoulders. And then they have a dumb guy that shows up at midnight to fuck their brains out and leave before the sun comes up. And with men, it's, I've got a nice woman to be my wife, and we never have sex. She's just there to bear and raise my kids and to be presentable when I go to business meetings. And then I've got a separate woman that I have fun with, and all my lusty thoughts and all of my passion that goes to this.
So wait, you want your main girl and you want your side hoe. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. You're not alone in that desire. A lot of people like that.
This woman. I'm not willing.
Oh, I was so into that, and the audio cut off halfway through. That is so depressing. I wanted to hear all about his fantasies he wanted with his side hoe. No, it's just left to our imagination.
You know what really sucks? When you tell women what you want, what turns you on and what turns you off, and what bothers you and what you like. And they get offended and angry at the things that you want them to do. But they still want to have sex with you because they find you attractive and interesting. So they poke and prod you and try to offer you what they want to give you, even though they know you're not interested. And they think that somehow they can get you to be where they want you to be, and then they'll get to have sex with you. And beautiful, intelligent women that go out of their way not to give you what you've explicitly told them turns you on, and try to force you to accept things that you've explicitly told them turn you off. And they still are interested in you, and they want to have sex with you, and they chase you around, and they poke you, and you prod you. And none of it makes you want to pursue a relationship with them of any kind. All of it just makes you want to hurt them. They poked you and poked you. And
whoa! Oh, that makes you want to hurt them. Like I said, this guy is actually dangerous. Like, he has made threats to people by name later on his channel, and he's in general, he just casually like threatens violence, especially towards women. It's very unsettling.
Did everything they could to try to get you to reveal yourself to them. And then when you do, it's like, you just want to hurt them.
And his audio cut off. There we go.
You know what sucks about being single when you get older? The need to be young again. It's just horrible. It's just fucking horrible. It feels like reading chapter 2 of the same book over and over and over and over again. And you want to be on chapter 6. You don't want to be back on fucking chapter 2 again. It's just...
Roger, he's not even 50 yet. I think he said his age was like 47. He's just a very rough-looking 47.
You start to give up hope that you're never going to get to chapter 6. You're just going to be stuck on chapter 2 forever. You just want to snuff it. We've warped the language so badly that we can't effectively communicate among ourselves anymore. My daughter and her mother and her grandmother and her great-grandmother are codependent or were codependent. They all intentionally undermine the next generation's relationship with their fathers and their husbands or their children's fathers. The mother doesn't want to be alone. They undermine the relationship with the father because they didn't have a father and they don't see the importance. I got hacked at some point 5 to 8 years ago. I was being fucked with for a long time. Relationships destroyed, being stalked, harassed. I only really became sure it was happening when I tried to change all my passwords. And there's functionality where you get a message. Did you change this password? Did you do this? If you didn't do this, click here to change it back. And I would try to change my passwords to regain control of my digital life. And that functionality would be used to undo what I had done, so I couldn't regain control of my accounts. I ended up backing up all my social media, all my Facebook and everything to my computer. And then I deleted all my social media accounts so they couldn't fuck with me anymore and try to pretend to be me. Then I ended up losing my computers. I don't have a single picture of my daughter. I don't have a single picture of my family.
Wow. That's sad to hear. I wonder where all his accounts are now. Because I keep hearing his Discord go off. But I can't find any links to any of his social medias on his website.
It made me a symbol of openness. And I'm violently opposed to openness. Everything people know about me was either stolen from me or fabricated about me. But nobody ever acknowledges it. It was all non-consensual. And not just non-consensual, but contrary to my expressed desire. It made me a symbol of openness. And I don't believe in openness. I believe in private relationships. Win-win relationships. That's what I believe in. Private win-win relationships.
Well, he was just talking about how he liked the benefits of an open society. And that he said he was okay with the sacrifice of having to be open himself. So now he's contradicting himself again.
I think government should be open. I think technological standards should be open. But I don't think people's private lives should be exposed to the world, making me into a symbol of something that I've violently opposed my entire life. I've written
Yeah, that's another thing we have to be open to having as a side piece.
essays and published them online about the minute details of why I don't believe in openness and how I don't believe in openness and how I see that there are specific benefits to openness. I'm not an idiot. I understand. I just feel that the benefits are outweighed by the costs. And it's really sick that I've been made a symbol of openness when I don't believe in it. Everything was stolen from me. Everybody wanted to know who I was. Well, I wanted to know who they were too, and I didn't get to know. You all stole everything from me. See, I wanted to be the rich asshole rock star bad boy, getting laid and doing drugs and spending money and becoming more and more successful. And they fucked everything up on me. And then they tricked me and hid opportunities from me. And they made people think that I had turned these things down. And people were proud of me and respected me. And they said all these wonderful things about me. But I'm not good. I wanted to be that piece of shit. I wanted to be a piece of shit. And you stopped me. And it wasn't that I'm a good guy. I just got tricked and bullied and fucked with and caged. You went around and made people think that I was this fucking great guy who would say no to these things. And you ruined my fucking life. You gave me this nice guy image that isn't me. You took all my opportunities away. When the pandemic was going on,
I wonder if my VPN's messing up my my video feed here.
Sick of it. I was looking at all the problems around me, and nobody was fixing them. Our government is incompetent. Pretty much all they managed to do is maintain a military lockdown and ensure that power and trucks full of goods shipped in from foreign countries continue to flow to the cowering citizenry who are all drunk and stoned. And I didn't want to be an employee anymore. I didn't want to work for the man anymore. I wanted to be the boss. I wanted to be the guy making the calls and calling the shots. Instead of being a cog in another man's plan, I wanted to be the guy looking at the world with wide open eyes, and grabbing these problems and fixing them. And I wanted to get paid. I wanted that to be how I got paid. I wanted that to be how I got paid. I wanted that to be my job instead of just doing what I was told. I wanted that to be my job. And I had all sorts of really great ideas in the works, and I had things that were happening. People were interested. I was going around and talking to people, and people were interested, and I was putting pieces in place. And then these fucktards talking about how they don't like capitalism, and I'm not doing it for the right reasons. They want me to do things for the right reasons. They recognize that I'm intelligent and I'm a leader and all this stuff, but they want me to do it for the right reasons. They just want to take everything and give me nothing. So I don't try to help people anymore. I'm not even thinking about it. You know how communism works? And socialism and all these other collectivisms. You know how they work? This person here, they say, we're all in this together. And this person over here says,
See, he needs to start his own political channel. He's over here. Half his videos seem to be about politics. He's made a video threatening Justin Trudeau. It's one of his first videos.
I do not agree with you. Therefore, you are wrong. Only if everyone agrees with you are you correct. And I do not agree with you. And this person over here says, okay, I will hit you and 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 hit you until you either say that we are all in this together or until you are dead. I've never been to California, but I perceive it to be a place where the defining characteristic of it is that it doesn't matter what time of year it is. You can always sleep on the ground. And as long as you can scrounge up enough food to feed your belly, you won't die. There's no dangerous animals and there's no dangerous weather. And you can basically just wander around like Adam and Eve picking fruit off the trees and you'll never die. And I see these videos on YouTube about California, about how they're like, somebody would put up a video about a guy said they're paying people to be homeless. They were giving them like $600 a month in food stamps. And I just think to myself, like, you take all these useless, dumb losers and you ship them off down to a place where they're very, very cheap to keep. You don't want to kill them, but you don't want to deal with them either. So you give them enough fiat currency for them to buy their drugs and alcohol. And you put them in a place where it's always warm. And even if they end up homeless, they're not going to freeze to death on the ground. So they're not going to become violent in order to try to stay alive. And it's a fun place, if you want to go down there and find a flesh toy to play with. If you're really rich, you can have a beautiful movie star flesh toy to play with. But if you're poor, you can go and find some homeless chick on a beach to be your flesh toy to play with. And then you can go back to where the work gets done, where it's cold.
And his audio broke again. Yeah, I'm not for sure how to get in contact with Ella. But yes, I have seen some of the stuff she's posting. She's a very interesting political figure now. She's still a radical feminist, but she sits there and supports things like Alex Jones. It's very unique. She's a true Canadian patriot. I bet her and Ian Foote would get along.
I challenged somebody with unspoken expectations once. It was my boss in Australia. I went away for a long weekend with my daughter's mother. Spent the weekend in a rainforest in a cabin, parrots. We pulled a sickie on Monday. And there were problems with the server, and they had a network administrator who was still a university student and not as knowledgeable and quick at solving problems as me. I would help them out because I'm not a prick. And they wanted me to help them out, but it wasn't part of my job description. I was gone on that Monday when the server went down and the entire company ground to a halt for an entire day. Employees being paid to do nothing, work not getting done. They were losing their marbles, the two owners. And when I came back, everybody was walking on eggshells because I was gone, and it was like I was the scapegoat. I wasn't there to fix it. I wasn't there to do this and this. And I had to gingerly feel out the situation because there was this cloud over the room when I walked in. And once I found out the situation, I walked up to the creative owner who had been mouthing off and being dramatic. And I walked up to him right there in the cubicle space where there's 40 some odd employees sitting around at their desks. And I said something to the effect that it's my job to go around this place and gather all this information from these people and understand their roles in this company and what their needs are, so that I can tell you what their needs are, so that I can build you a tool to meet those needs, so that I can turbocharge your business. And I need the respect of these people in order to do that. It's not my responsibility to maintain this server. That's his responsibility. It's not my responsibility. And I don't appreciate you going around and making me look bad in front of all these people and interfering with me doing my job. Now, if you want me to take responsibility for these servers, you put it in my contract and you give me a raise. And I see all these salespeople going around with company cell phones.
All right, guys. If the audio breaks on his harmonica cover, this guy is the biggest lol cow ever because he claims to be a technology expert. I want to take note of something. Look at that. He's got a laptop here, a monitor here, another laptop here. He's got 3 computers going here. I wonder what he's doing here. I know he works from home. Do you think he's doing anything else on these? These are like a 3 monitor setup. I don't know. I'm curious. Because later on he talks about people coming after him in online and him responding to it. So I'm just curious what else he might be up to.
Selling out has really negative connotations. It has connotations of abandoning your principles.
It's odd a software engineer would get hacked. It's also odd that a software engineer would have a website that's so like basic. And like he also connected his website, which is like this weird, which was mainly for like a work type thing, to his YouTube channel. So like, who's gonna hire him as well? He also talks about how he's like, he's how he's the top of his field. He says in one of his videos he could have had millions. How he talks to CEOs and stuff like that. Yeah, he's definitely lying and twisting things. He's inflating his worth. He's he's got an ego. He's got some narcissism.
Betraying trust. But it's my retirement plan. I want to launch a company that meets a need. The customers of the company are all very happy to be customers and have their needs met by the company I'm going to create. And all the people who work for and with my company are very happy to be able to meet their needs by working for and with the company that I create. But after I create it, I don't want to sit around and run it. I want the company to exist. I want the employees and the partners and the customers to all have their needs met. But I don't want to sit around and engage in the day-to-day operations of running it after I've created it. That sounds boring. That's a formulaic 9 to 5, get up, do the same thing every day kind of job. I don't want that. I want to sell out. I want to build it. I want to launch it. I want to get it up and running. I want to get it to the point where it's able to go public. I want the public to buy shares in my public corporation. I want to sell out. The last thing I do before I leave is I want to replace myself as the leader, the guy who watches this smoothly running machine until a fire breaks out and then walks over and pisses all over that fire, gets the machine running again, and goes and sits at his desk. And then I want that to be the last thing I do before I sell out, surrender control over this entity to other people. What's your title? Are you the CEO, the CTO? What are you? Man, I'm the founder. I don't do shit. I retired. The last thing I did was sell out, replace myself.
That's not a bad idea. Some people say that's what Vince McMahon's about to do, the WWE. And basically, once you've done that, once you've sold the company, whatever sort of shady stuff you were up to, you're not legally liable for when they decide to come after you. It'll be whoever's in charge after. Since he's so big into Elon Musk, I think that might be Elon Musk's fate. I think he might end up going down because of Twitter.
Take on the honorarium of founder and leave it for the younger people to deal with. That's my retirement plan. To be a sellout. Hate me. I wanted to be dominant. I wanted to dominate and lead. But I can't. No one listens to me anymore. No one will obey. Everyone stands their ground. They always have to stand up to me. They don't need a reason to stand up to me. They just do. So I'd like to submit, please. I'd like to be submissive. I'd like to be submissive, and I want to submit to somebody who will pay attention to me because I want things to happen. I don't want to balance. Balance leads to stalemate, just like an endless gray where nothing happens, nothing gets done, nothing happens anymore. I can't be dominant. I'd like to be submissive because I want things to happen. Does somebody have a plan? Does somebody have a use for me? Does somebody have a plan? Will someone pay attention to me and give me something to do so I can feel like I'm a part of something? If I can't lead, then let me follow. But for the love of God, no more balance. No more stalemate. No more silence, please. Please. No more balance, please.
Jesus. Well, I see we're reaching the down part of his mania. Oh yeah, no. Here's the thing though. They arrested John McAfee for that, and he ended up dying in prison for the pump and dump crypto schemes. And Elon got away with it. A lot of other people have been doing it and got away with it. It's just not fair.
I can hear my family's voice in my head. What kind of an example does it set for your daughter? And that's really just, I can't spend 48 hours under the same roof as my father, because my father's so busy trying to live a lie, that the tension of trying to live a lie so that he can present the image. What kind of an image is that to present to my son? The strain of it all. He was trying so hard to present an image that was the image he thought he was supposed to give to his son, that he's trying to regulate his emotions and trying to maintain face. And it just was too much for him. And he exploded into violence and attacked me with a shovel. What kind of an example does that set for your daughter? A genuine one, I guess. Women like Gloria bring out the best in men. They turn men into strong leaders. Gloria wants to be told what to do. If you tell her what to do, she'll do it. She will do what she's told. If you don't tell her what to do, then she will walk all over you. She will treat you with contempt. She will walk all over you, and she will talk shit about you to anybody that will listen. If you don't tell her what to do. If you tell her what to do, then she'll do what she's told, and she'll purr and coo and want to suck your dick. But you have to tell her what to do. She doesn't respect men that don't tell her what to do. She's a prize. I want to take all those effeminate fuckers, cover them in gasoline, set them on fire.
Now we're back to anger. I'm starting to really take note of his thing. He goes from angry to being like narcissistic to then getting really mad to going back to being angry. Like he definitely, it reminds me of Deity a little bit. Just a little bit.
And these fucking players, fuck boy.
Male Letitia is a good descriptor, Roger. Definitely.
Boys, downtown Toronto, there's no shortage of these fucking basic fuck boys. God, I fucking hate them. I used to be in the lofty air above, where I didn't have to deal with them at all. I hate them. I'm not a fucking player.
No, you'd have to be less of a stalker to be a player.
I really, really fucking hate them. Really fucking hate them. Sex slave.
Wow. I was not expecting that. First words in the video. Sex slave.
Passion. Sex. What are you looking for in a wife? What's the most important thing of all? That she never, ever leave me sexually frustrated. And that she be a good cook. That she be physically attractive, petite and trim and thin and stylish. Most important thing, though, is the sex. After being my daughter's mother, she was just like this frigid bitch. She just wouldn't fucking give up. She just wouldn't give up. Like, the only way I was ever going to have sex with her was to rape her, because she just would not stop being a cold fish. She wanted to go and see.
See, I don't think he'd have a problem with that. He said that very casually.
A marriage counselor to try to figure out what we could do about her lack of sexual interest. And we went to talk to this marriage counselor, and this was all her idea. I don't want to fucking go to this marriage counselor. I'm going along with this because I'm trying to save my family. I'd really like to be able to raise my daughter and get laid and not have to cheat. And we're talking, and she's doing the talking. It's like, I want to have sex with him, but I don't want to have sex with him. It was like a weird thing. Like, I want you to help me to want to have sex with him. What can we do, doctor? Go have sex with him. Are your legs are broken? Are your knees welded together? What's wrong with you? Go have sex with him. Stop fucking making this all into some weird head game. Just go spread your fucking legs and have sex with your fucking husband. What are you here for? The problem is very simple. Open your legs. So after that experience, me thinking eventually she was going to come around.
Wait a minute, they went to marriage counseling in the end. He's saying that's what they said to his wife. I don't believe that. I don't think I believe that. That's a based marriage counselor. Damn.
And then she goes and fucks a fucking boss in a call center. What's the most important thing to me? That they be sexually submissive. That's the most important thing. Most important thing. All your push and pull, respect bullshit. Got a song for you.
Crashing through the world. Right now I'm in America. Hurry up now, I'm in America. Stranded, reaching out. I call your name, but you're not around. I say your name, but you're not around.
He said he was a big fan of these Japanese artists. I'm gonna speed this up just in case there's like a copyright thing. I don't know who he's listening to.
I need you right now. Yeah, I need you right now. So don't let me down. I think I'm losing my mind now. It's in my head, down in my hope. Got your beat, and I need to the moon. So don't let me down. So don't let me down. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Running out of time. I'm really sorry, but I'm inside. I know it's not right on the side. I need you right now. Yeah, I need you right now. So don't let me down. I think I'm losing my mind now. It's in my head, down in my hope. Got your beat, and I need to the moon. So don't let me down. So don't let me down. My head, down in my hope. Don't let me down.
You know, when I was back in Halifax, before Selena took my kid away, I lived in a 3-bedroom apartment. And I had more than 100 edible plants growing in pots in my 3-bedroom apartment. In windows, under lights, in the closet, in a crate, a lobster trap type crate, something that had been fished out of the ocean and lacquered and painted by my girlfriend. We flipped the thing on its side so it was like a table with a cave, mounted lights, 4-foot long fluorescent tubes, and put Rubbermaid containers with slow growing herbs that don't need a lot of light. That was in my living room. Built my own 3D printer. Growing my own food.
Now, on his website, I remember he mentioned he built his own 3D printer, which I thought was very impressive. Now he grows his own food. I mean, this is like I said, it's evil Roger. And yeah, there's definitely a lot of that. I also think a lot of his issues is he's been isolated for so long. Like he doesn't get any social interaction. Like he mentions that a lot later on.
Designing my own manufacturing. I had this idea that I wanted to make 3D printers and sell them. And I wanted to make these 3D printers set up so that they had storage on board, and you could sit in your living room on your laptop and have the 3D printer in your garage, and you could send print jobs to it. I wanted to make that. And then I wanted to make it so that I could push out a software update to all the 3D printers that I had sold and have them all, after receiving the update, form a mesh network. And anytime that somebody printed anything, it would get published across the mesh in a BitTorrenty kind of way. So that if I invented a better mousetrap, the whole world would instantly and automatically have access to that better mousetrap. And if you invented a really cool vase that looked like an exclamation point, then everybody in the world would instantly be able to make that too. I had a lot of great plans. But these women, they keep fucking burning my empire to the ground. And I'm just too fucking tired and too fucking old.
So wait a minute. You would have had this massive empire for all these women, burn it to the ground. Well, that's actually a story I've heard time and time again. I don't know. Here's the thing though about his story. He says he lost his wife and his daughter because of his reputation being destroyed. So I want to hear that. I want to hear that background. Like how did his empire get burnt to the ground? Because we already know one woman, he was basically made terrified of him.
I had this dream for a long time. It seems so impossibly far away right now. That I would go to Japan. I would buy some land there.
I also want to say he seems to be obsessed with Japanese women. Now, there is a certain stereotype about people who are, basement dwelling types that are obsessed with Japanese women in anime, and I wonder if that's what he's fallen into. I do think there may be a little bit of that going on.
$20 acres, 40 acres. And I would build a house. And I would build a food forest, a forest ecosystem composed entirely of plants that produce food for man.
I'm not sure if he believes he's okay. I think that would depend on when you asked him. Depending on when you asked him, you would either hear that no, he's not okay and that he's fucked up, or that he is somehow superior to us all and that he's totally fine.
Kind. with as much diversity as possible so that it produces crop at different times. So there's always something that's ready to be picked. And so that it's protected against blight and pestilence. And to build this beautiful Garden of Eden across 40 acres of land with a house for me and my beautiful Japanese bride. And to build a house there for my daughter. I don't know what you want to do with your life, but you're still my daughter, and I want you to have a house on the land. And for each of the children that I have,
I mean, with all his talking about his daughter and their dream life, yeah, this really is male Letitia.
with my beautiful Japanese bride, another house. And for all the members of her troop, a cottage, and a recording studio, and a little field with a pavilion to keep the rain off, and a bunch of little cottages connected by little paths, so that I could make it an artist retreat, and painters and sculptors and musicians and poets.
From what I can gather, no. From what I've seen, it looks like I said, there's something that happens that ruins his reputation, and that his wife and daughter want nothing to do with him. He's not even allowed to see her.
And could all come when I was it was before I was elected. I was involved in the Peninsula Urban Garden Society Prescott Street location. And I was like, I had a lot of very thought-provoking ideas that inspired all sorts of activity. But I left the details to the people with the expert knowledge, and I spent a lot of time just carrying shit around, digging holes with a shovel, and pointed them all in a direction. And then I let the expert.
Well, Ronnie, what I'm thinking for him is he's been so socially isolated, he doesn't even have to fake it. He works from home. He's a software engineer. He and on his website, he specifically mentions that he's looking for remote work, that he knows how to lead remote teams, that he really doesn't have to fake it for the most part. There's so many layers of separation between him and the rest of society that, like, this ranting into the void is probably what he's doing to keep himself sane.
Step in, and I dug holes where I was told. There was a guy there, used to be in the military. He was being a dick. He was just,
Wow, you be careful with that, Roger. Yeah. Yeah, you've talked about how the ice can take the internet out. That would be bad.
scaring people, he's harassing people, being all angry and pushy and shit. I had to intervene. I had a quiet, private conversation with him. He came and defaced. We built a shed. We worked together and built the shed. It was like 10 feet by 5 feet, I guess, and up on a set of legs with some stairs going up. And he put swastikas and all this hate speech and shit all over it, spray painted it. I scared the guy so bad, I think he shit himself. He never came back. And I ran an extension cable out the window of my apartment and across the field.
I'm sorry, but I've just not even that he looks so skinny now, but if you look at his frame, I just don't think he could ever scare anyone shitless. I just don't believe it. I don't know how much muscle you could pack under that frame. It's just not physically intimidating. It's just not. Not to say that he couldn't whoop anybody, but no one's going to shit themselves when this guy gets near, unless he comes at them in the night, psycho eyes with that beard. Maybe then.
So I could run a power sander. I spent 8 fucking hours sanding all that fucking shit off our shed.
Again, I have no problem believing this guy is highly intelligent, but when he goes on these like little bits of narcissism, where he's like he's some kind of badass that knows Muay Thai, I just don't believe it.
When you withheld information and kept me in the dark, you cut my balls off. You cut my fucking balls off when you did that to me. You destroyed me when you did that to me. I couldn't act with confidence because they didn't have the necessary information. How could you be so stupid? How could you be so stupid? I remember when my daughter was young. I can't remember how old she was. 4 maybe. I was driving down the street and I saw that one of these busy bee type places that sells crafts for women that want to do embroidery and ceramic making and stuff like that was going out of business and everything was 80% off. So I slammed on the brakes and turned into the parking lot and went in there and I brought my daughter in. She was old enough to walk at this point. She didn't really understand money yet, but I gave her a $50 bill, a brand spanking new crisp from the bank. And I told her that she could buy as much as she wanted with that $50. And I just carried around a basket while she just went around picking things at random. I mean, it looked random to me, but my instinct was, well, what are you going to do with that? Well, how does that fit in with this? And what are you going to do with that? And what are you going to do with that? But I just bit my tongue and just let her pick whatever random crap she wanted. And she ended up buying, what normally would have been $250 worth of art supplies. And then she went up with her $50 bill and I put the basket there and the lady behind the counter thought it was really cute. Those art supplies were one of the best purchases of my life. She had those and used those, and her friends came over and used them, and her cousin came over and used them for more than 10 years. And there was a time she had picked up a sprig about 8 inches long of artificial pine bough. And it was our first Christmas in a new place. And I hadn't been able to get a tree. I had to deal with some stuff with work. And by the time I got over to pick her up and all this, I went to the tree lot and the tree lot was closed. It was Christmas Eve and it was a disaster. I was like, oh God, no tree. And my daughter ran into her bedroom and she grabbed this bit of artificial pine bough that she had bought. And she ran out and this can be our tree. This could be our tree, Daddy. And that was our tree. I took this.
I have no intention of taking you with me to Japan, Karis. You should have communicated with me directly in January of 2020 when I tried to communicate with you. I tried to connect with you in January of 2020, and you pushed me away. And you've been continuously pushing me away all this time. I don't even know what continent you're on anymore. And I really don't care. You broke my heart too many fucking times in a row. And I will not allow you to get close enough to break my heart again. I tried and tried and tried to connect with you. Do I miss you? No. I miss a child that doesn't exist anymore. Do I know you? No. Do I want to? I used to. I used to want to know who my daughter is, but now I don't, because you wouldn't stop fucking holding your ground. I know that's how you see it, holding your ground, being firm. I really don't care anymore. You broke my heart too many fucking times. I don't miss you because the person I miss doesn't exist anymore. I don't know who you are. I wanted to know, but every time I tried to get to know you, every time I tried to connect to you, you broke my heart and lied to me. And I just don't give a shit anymore. All I want to do is fucking sever the ties between me and your mother and you and the rest of my extended family. You're not as smart as I am. You don't know what to do. You look at the world and it all seems really complicated. And you say to yourself, I'm going to live.
See, now we're already back to his narcissism again. We're already back there. Like, no, you're not as smart as I am.
By my principles. As long as I live by my principles, they will see me through this. I don't understand what's happening. I don't know what will happen if I do
He
this.
seems to cycle between, like I said, his victimhood, his anger, and then he's back to talking about how great he is.
I can't, it's too complicated for me. I can't consider the consequences. So I'm going to live by my principles and have faith that everything will be okay. Well, you know what? I'm not like you. If I'm permitted to gather information and gather information and gather information, then I will see the picture. And I will be able to reach past principles and create a situation where everybody wins. But you crippled me. You hobbled me. You hobbled me. I don't want to have anything to do with you. I don't want to have anything to do with you. Take your principles and your ideals and shove them up your fucking ass. First, you position women as our rivals and force us to fight with them in the workforce.
Okay. Well, that was a hell of a start to a video. But December 4th, 2022. We're getting close now to modern time. Close. All of that stuff from before was from like a 1 month period. Now, now that we're getting closer to modern times, I'm expecting it to get intense, especially when we enter January. Because so far, I haven't seen anything like his most recent upload.
You told us that we had to treat them and see them as our equals. Then you said that even though they're our equals and our rivals, we have to help them. Even though they're our equals and they're our rivals, we have to help them. We have to be taxed, and that tax money has to be given to businesses that will employ them. Even though they're not generating as much value as us, even though they can't compete with us in the workforce, we have to subsidize them. The government says we have to subsidize them.
And we also have to be chivalrous with them and treat them with respect. Even though you've now positioned them as parasites who give us nothing, they're not obligated to generate any value. They're our rivals, but they don't generate value, and we have to subsidize them, and we have to treat them with respect, and we have to treat them with chivalry, and we don't get anything out of this. We get the short end of the stick every single fucking time. And then, after all that is done, we have to start treating everybody with kids' gloves because they're women and they have to be treated like sensitive and all this microaggression shit. We want to go into work and focus on the practicalities of getting shit done. We want to fight each other tooth and nail so that we can climb to the top. And now we have to go in and be all nicey nice with everybody.
Well, Roger, while you left, we went back to the narcissism.
Getting the job done.
Soon he'll be back to getting angry, which I think he's already starting to get there. And then we'll be having him cry again in the next 10 videos or so. Probably around when because right now he has 809 videos left to go in his upload list. So around video 800 is when I'm suspecting we'll start hitting the sadness.
Showing what we can do, that's secondary to playing nicey nice and reassuring these women that they're our equals, even though we have to subsidize them, and that they're generating value just like us, even though we have to subsidize them. And they're just as strong and capable as us, but we have to be nicey nice with them because they can't stand a microaggression. And you wonder why men and women don't love each other anymore. My father's not a leader. He's just not decisive enough. He wants to keep everything just the way that it is. Everything's about keeping things the way it is with him. He wants everything to be orderly. Everything orderly and everything the same. Every day the same. You can't be decisive. You're not capable of decisive. My daughter, she's emulating her mother.
Now, something I should say is that he really seems to really. It's like a Walter White thing almost, man. He keeps talking about how weak his father is. So I'm thinking that he didn't really have a strong male figure in his life. Like, he doesn't respect his father. He said he swung on his father before, and it's overall. I'm thinking he just comes from such a broken home. And the more he isolates himself, the worse he gets. Just why I think his posting skyrockets so much.
Her mother is just like this stone cold lockdown breaks. She's ice cold. There's a reason we're not together. There's a reason we're not together. Guys can't stand to be in the same room as them. I guess it must be me. I don't know. I can't stand to be in the same room as them. I'm never going to see my kid again. Yeah. It's a real shame. I had a lot to show her. I had a lot to teach her. A lot of things we could have done together. I was really hoping we could work together on a whole bunch of different things. I want her to be involved. I want her to be involved. She's lucky enough to have a father that wants to be involved in her life. But she carries the curse of her mother and her grandmother and her great-grandmother. In Japan, they have Valentine's Day, where the women give out little gifts and little cards and things to the men that they like. And then a month later, they have White Day, when the men give gifts back to the women that gave them gifts that are 3 times as valuable. In Canada, we have Valentine's Day, when the men give gifts and cards and love and romance to the women that they care about.
Well, I mean, ideally the women would give something back. I mean, at least that's how it works everywhere else.
And the month later, we have steak and a blowjob day, when women cook their husbands a meal and suck his dick, because they know that that's really what men want: steak and a blowjob. I want a nasty girl. I want a dirty girl. A nasty, dirty, slutty, horse little fuck toy. One that likes fucking sucking cock and getting fucked up the ass. One that likes getting tied to the fucking headboard and having her hair pulled and her face smacked. I want a nasty, dirty little fuck toy. I want a dirty little porn star whore. I wanted to be fake about that. I wanted to pretend that that wasn't what we were. I wanted the world to see us as just everybody else. Nice, presentable, respectable. I wanted to be fake. If I have to be genuine, if I have to be real, if I have to be honest, and I have to live openly, and I'm not allowed to have secrets, then I want a nasty little fucking whore, a little fuck toy, someone that likes to choke on cock, someone that wants me to come on her face, someone that wants me to slap her tits and put little nipple clamps on them and tie her to the headboard, fuck her up the ass. That's what I want. If I can't be fake, fine. I want a little whore. And I want to marry that little whore.
Okay. Well, I'm going to have to 18 plus this live stream now if I didn't have to already. See, we've reached the anger part. Incoming for sadness in the next 6 videos.
I don't want to break down gender roles. I want to be a walking, talking, living embodiment of my gender role. I want to marry a woman who is a walking, talking, living embodiment of her gender role. I want the world, when they see us at all, to see us embodying our gender roles. A beautiful, strong, masculine man and a beautiful, soft, feminine woman being incredibly successful, taking the world by storm, generating wealth everywhere they go. They generate wealth. They're happy and satisfied, and they're always smiling, and they're never frustrated. And they're so creative that they fucking wealth falls off them everywhere they go. If you want to find wealth, just follow them on the street and pick up the pennies that fall out of their pockets. That's what I wanted to be. That's what I wanted my daughter to be. Back in the days when women were free to go and jump into the workplace with men and go toe to toe with men, nobody's going to help you. Nobody's going to coddle you. You have to show that you can keep up. You have to generate value while you're here. And nobody's going to coddle you. We're not interested in helping you to be here. We're going to let you be here if you can prove that you're fucking able to generate value. I worked with women in those days. I worked with them, but I always kind of looked down on them. Because they really should be at home, being soft, feminine wives and mothers. And the fact that they were too hard and tough and all that, whatever it is, whatever. The fact that they were in the workforce with me, yeah, they were able to hold their own and be productive and generate value. But it was just like, it's kind of a shame. Like a stunted, fucked up little weirdo with no femininity.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the triggers for his anger face is definitely his issues with women and his weird obsession with them and his unrequited loves.
They tried to push me in a different direction. They knew what I wanted, but they tried to push me in a different direction. And then somewhere along the way, they forgot that I didn't want this in the first place. And they expected that I was going to work for it, jump through hoops to get it. They just completely forgot that I never wanted it in the first place. First, you take away what I want so that you can try to force me to accept what you want. He goes after this. I don't want him to have that. Take that away. I'll go after this. I don't want him to have that. Eventually, he will learn to go after the right things. But then somewhere along the way, you forgot that I don't want what you wanted me to want. And you started thinking, well, if he wants to have that, he's got to work for it. He's got to jump through hoops for it. He's got to work for it. But I didn't want it in the first place.
Guys, I think he figured out his audio problem. I haven't had him go mute in a while. Have you noticed that? I think the software engineer finally figured it out. It only took him, God, almost 200 videos.
You thought that I would choose my wife based around her ability to help me realize my goals. I don't have any fucking goals. I was going to choose her on the basis of whether or not she was sexually submissive. If I get in a relationship with this woman, am I going to be sexually frustrated? Because I don't want to be sexually frustrated. That's paramount. That is the most important thing. Is this woman going to sexually frustrate me? And then outside of that, is she going to frustrate me generally? Is she going to be cute and happy and adorable and pretty and creative? Am I going to look at her and smile when I look at her? Or is she going to be a bitch that frustrates me all the time? Fighting over who's going to get to wear the pants. These are the things that I'm looking at. Your ability to be a strong, independent woman that can help me realize my goals and help me pay my bills and all that shit. I don't give a fuck about any of that. Frankly speaking, the more of those things that you have, the more likely you are to frustrate me, both sexually and generally. So the more of a high opinion you have of yourself, the less likely it is that I'm going to want to marry you. I think they were trying to show you that I'm a patient person, that I'm not a mean person, that I don't lose my temper, that I don't hurt people and shit like that. I think they were trying to show you that I wasn't this horrible person that they said I was. And that they thought that the best way to accomplish that would be to hide everything from me. That way I would appear to be a guy who didn't lose his temper or hurt people. I think that that's what happened. Is that there's all these horrible things being said about me, all these fucking humiliating things, and that people are hiding it from me. I don't know precisely why. I don't know if it's because they thought I was
See, here we are. We're in the sadness phase already.
supposed to hold my head up high and ignore them, or whether they were trying to protect my feelings, or whether they were trying to protect these people from my anger. I don't really know. But it's not safe to piss me off. And I do hurt people. All that stuff about how I was rich, I was going to be a millionaire and all this stuff. I couldn't keep it together. I didn't have anybody. Days and nights blurring into each other while I'm just all alone in an apartment with no one to talk to, no one to argue with, no one to touch, no one to have sex with, no one to cuddle with. Day becomes night and night becomes day, and the whole thing just becomes an endless fog with no one. And I didn't keep it together. And I didn't get my Shopify stock because I couldn't do it all by myself. I hated those people. I tried really hard to fucking keep it together. Hated every second of it, but I tried to fucking do it for the money. But I didn't get my stock. So I didn't get the money. What happened to all my money? I didn't get any money. What I had to do with the money that I was making while I was working for Shopify? I tried to soothe myself by buying booze and pot and delivery food. I call them up and say, could you deliver me some Indian food and a 6-pack of Heineken? That'll be $35. Okay, here's $35. I don't have any money. I don't have any money. I don't have anything. I am poor, 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 poor. All that stuff about how you have to have a goal of your own. You have to have your center. You have to have your focus. Something that's yours. And then you won't be so quick to throw it all away. You ever see that Bill Burr sketch about Arnold Schwarzenegger? I think I'm going to marry a Kennedy. No way you're going to do that. My brother had this dream. He was going to go to med school. He was going to be a doctor. And everybody in my family thought that was wonderful. He's going to be a doctor. He was with a Kennedy. He had his master's degree. And he was with a Kennedy. And he had a son. And a daughter by the first woman and a son by the second. She was beautiful and kind and caring and soft and gentle and sweet. And he could have said, you know what? I've been in school for a long time. I've got responsibilities. I got a woman. I got kids. It's time to stop chasing after my dreams and just take responsibility for my family. But he didn't do that. He expected them to live in abject poverty so that he could go to med school. And they split. She took off with his son. I don't respect that. I don't respect that. I don't consider him to be a man. If he was a real man, he would have taken care of his woman and his kids instead of sacrificing them on the altar of his drive, his dream. Now, I know that now that he's a doctor, I'm sure women will just falling all over themselves to be the next one. And if he had kept his dick in his pants and stayed single all the way through until he finished med school and then chose a woman and treated her good, then I'd respect the shit out of him. But that's not what he did. I'm supposed to want to be like that, to have that kind of centered purpose, to drive something of my own that I won't be willing to let go of. I do not respect that. I do not respect that. Everybody wants to stand up for women. Everybody wants to believe women. Karis, your mother was on the stand in family court at the Devonshire Court in Halifax. I was trying to fight to keep our family together. All she cared about was going for her fucking 3rd and 4th and 5th and 6th university degrees. She went into court. She put her hand on a Bible. She swore to tell the truth. And she lied. Your mother cheated on me. She fucked.
Oh, and his audio cut out. What the fuck? No. Okay, well, your mother cheated on me and she fucked, and we're missing the great details of what he was saying. Wow. I just said his audio was fixing itself, and it cuts out at the worst time when we're starting to learn info about his family. I'm crushed.
Karis, your mother committed perjury. Your mother committed perjury. She cheated on me, and she lied about it under oath. She should not be teaching university. She is in a position of trust over young people. She's a public figure in a position of trust over young people. She's supposed to give them moral guidance. And she's a liar. She put her hand on a Bible in court and lied about cheating on her daughter's father.
And whenever he gets on these important topics, it always cuts out. But we're still learning important information. So, and this is how, I guess this is how he lost access to his daughter.
You know, Karis, I didn't give your kitten away. After your mother took you away and drove me into bankruptcy, our family just fell apart. Sharon and I just fell apart. It was supposed to be me and Sharon and you were a family, and I was going to take the money that I had and I was going to pay for Sharon to have a surrogate so that she could have a baby of her own. We were going to have a baby, and you were going to be my daughter and Sharon's stepdaughter. And we were supposed to be a family. And your mother dragged me into court over and over and over again. I ended up spending the money I was supposed to pay the tax man with to pay for lawyers so that I wouldn't lose you. I ended up going bankrupt because your mother just kept dragging me into court. Eventually, I couldn't afford to pay for a lawyer anymore. I had to go to lawyer with no court. I had to go to court with no lawyer. She drove me into bankruptcy and destroyed our family. After you were gone, Sharon and I weren't a family anymore. I cried. I used to sit and stare at my hands for hours without making any sound. Sharon would come and see me on the sofa, and I would just sit there staring at my hands, feeling so helpless for hours. And she just couldn't get me to come back to life. She ended up cheating on me. And then she tried to get me to accept the people that she cheated on me with. To accept the man that she cheated on me with as part of our circle of friends. To accept these pieces of shit that she'd been hanging out with who knew all about it as our friends. I ended up getting arrested because she made up a bunch of lies to get rid of me.
I mean, I don't know about the rest. I don't know about the rest of that. Him getting arrested, that whole story. I bet there's more to that. But yeah, that's kind of ridiculous. You know, you probably should have just left.
And
Don't wait for her to get rid of you. Just leave.
I was under house arrest while I was waiting for my day in court for a year. I tried to keep our kitties. Sharon was too interested in moving on and having her crazy new life with all those bums in that flop house. And I was staying with fucking my mother. I wasn't allowed to stay anywhere else. I begged people, would somebody look after my cats? I asked Judy if she would look after the cats. I asked my mother to look after the cats. No one would look after the cats. And Sharon didn't want to look after them. She wanted to be free to go off and be a fucking whatever the fuck she was doing. She gave away our cats. I didn't give them away. It wasn't me.
That's really sad. He had to give away his cats. I wonder what's encouraging him to make this, but like this string of videos. That's what I'm curious about. Did something happen? Is he going back to court? Like what did he have some encounter with his ex?
One of my very last Christmases with my daughter.
Good night, Roger. I'll probably be joining you in the next hour or two.
She came over from her mother's place. Her mother was living.
I'm starting to get tired. I've been tired for like the last few hours.
With that Paul guy, the boss that she fucked. And she came to my place. I was living with Sharon at the time. And she started crying and crying and crying. Because her mother...
Well, that's what I was wondering. Because he's speaking a lot of past tense. Like, he had to go bankrupt, which implies that he's maybe not bankrupt now. He doesn't have a lot of money. Like, is his ex-wife taking him back to court again, trying to bankrupt him again? I mean, there has to be a reason that he's got such anger towards her, because this is the same person he threatens to kill later on.
And Paul had given her a big box wrapped in gift wrap and ribbons, and she was excited about it. And when she opened up the Christmas present, it was full of garbage. They took a bunch of garbage and vegetable peelings, and they gave my daughter a box of garbage for Christmas. And she was crying. Why would they do that to me? Why would they do that to me? Why would they give me a box of garbage for Christmas?
Again, his audio. What the hell? Why would you give me a box of garbage for Christmas?
I know that there were people spreading rumors that I was a homosexual. And that they...
Wait, who was spreading these rumors? Were these rumors on Discord? Because, is it because you do videos shirtless? It is kind of homoerotic, and I'm not going to lie.
Desperate to try to catch me being a homosexual, force me to say that I was a homosexual, because their entire reputations were at stake. Because they didn't want people to think that they were liars. They desperately wanted people not to think they were liars. And they didn't want to admit they made a mistake. And they wanted me to come out of the closet and say that I'm gay. I'm not gay. The reason I won't say it is because I don't want to do it. I'm not attracted to men. I don't want to have sex with men. I don't want to explore my sexuality with men. I'm not attracted to men. I think they're fucking vile and disgusting. Homosexuals are disgusting to me. However you might feel about them, I think they're disgusting. The reason I won't say I'm gay is because I don't find men attractive. And I don't want to give them the idea that I do. I don't want to put up a sign saying I'm attracted to men, because I'm not. I'm not attracted to men. I don't want to have sex with men. I have no desire to explore. You listen to gossip. You spread that gossip around so much that it becomes the truth. At least you think it's the truth. And then when I don't live up to the expectations that you had set for you by all these other people, you get angry at me. You're fucked in the head. You're fucked in the head. That's why you don't talk about people behind their back. That's why you don't try to gather information on them before you fucking get to know them. It's why you don't spy. It's why you don't gossip. It's why you don't triangulate. You deal with people face to face directly. Then you're not disappointed. Then you don't have false expectations, unspoken expectations.
Well, I don't think that this is what I'm doing is wrong. I think that if I were to bring Ian Foote up here, my expectations would be exceeded. I think it would be a brilliant conversation.
I think it bears repeating. I spent.
He kind of sounds like one too. He's got a nice voice. You know, the voice like that, he could still make money. He could still do things with his life, even from his house.
Shit, I spent a year, more than a year in jail. I spent a year in a mental institution. I spent years being observed, having to give urine to make sure I wasn't doing drugs, which I wasn't. I spent more than a year under house arrest. I've been arrested and accused of things so many times. I do not have a criminal record. Every time that I get up in front of a judge who looks at things in a cool, calm, and impartial manner, I am always released. I have a clean bill of health because of all the slander and lies that were spread about me, all the times that I was baited. I was kept under observation for a year, and I was subjected to urinalysis for 2 years after that before I was finally released, completely free. I have a clean bill of health. I am not ill. I am not a drug addict. I am not a schizophrenic. I do not have a mental illness. Nor am I a criminal.
And he cut out. Yeah, Pender, that's a good point. He said he was in jail. I was wondering to see if he was going to go into a story about how he was falsely arrested. Maybe that's what he's doing now, but his audio cut out. I think he said it was like the last time he held a man's life in his hands is that video where he mentioned it. So the first video we watched was the first time he held a man's life in his hands, and then maybe called the last time he held a man's life in his hands.
When Jordan Peterson talks about how you have to be a monster and control the monster, that it's not enough to be weak. You have to be a monster. And then you have to harness that monster and control that monster. Otherwise, you're incapable of being good or evil or anything. I wonder how many people just think it's like this romantic, inspiring, philosophical type of stuff. And how many of them think that the man has given them a framework within which to place their own monstrous acts, which they have no idea how big or small these monstrous acts when we're compared to others because they don't talk about it, because they can't talk about it. How many of them think this man is telling me that I need to be a monster and build myself up into a man? And how many of them are thinking this man makes me feel like I'm okay, makes me feel like it's okay to be what I am? I don't really know. I'm not exactly going to go around doing a public opinion poll. They gave me intelligence tests while I was in the hospital. I mean, I'm a member of Mensa, and based on my results from the Wonderlific test that was administered to me by the psychotherapist or psychiatrist or psychologist, or I don't know. It was over at that Jewish community center here in Toronto. And they gave me the 7-minute wonderlific test. But I had my intelligence tested while I was in the hospital.
Now, how much do you want to bet he's going to say it's really high? And it might be really high, but he's got that look on his face. He's got that high ego look on his face where he's really high on himself today.
Gave me all sorts of different tests.
And his audio cut out, so we'll never actually know. What the fuck? If I ever get him on here, I'm yelling at him about this audio issue.
I am not off my medication. I've never been on medication. As a matter of fact, I refused medication consistently because I wanted to protect my brain and my ability to perform at the high level that I have performed for my entire career. They attempted to take away my ability to decide what kind of medical treatment I would receive at one point.
He doesn't. I don't think he does. He does respond to comments though. So maybe you all should leave some comments under his videos if he has any more audio issues.
And I had to go in front of an organization called the Ontario Consent and Capacity Board. According to their website, they are a quasi-legal organization that convenes to make decisions with a variety of different acts. And they had the ability to decide whether or not the state should be appointed as might have a right of attorney so that they could decide what was best for me. And I had to go alone and argue for myself why I should be allowed to make my own decisions about my medical treatment. And nobody ever wins these things. The doctors always win these things. Except in my case, I won. So I insisted that I would not let them damage my brain. I saw what they did to my aunt. They put her on clonazepam.
All right, guys, we finally made it. It's the computer era. This is a 15-minute video. All right. Finally, now none of the computer videos, because those are most of the ones I watch were computer videos. None of them have any audio issues.
I wrote this while I was in solitary confinement.
How many subscribers does he have? Oh, let's see how many he's at right now. He is at 37. He was at like 20 something when I first started streaming. So 17 people who probably were watching me went over there and subbed to him. Let's get him. I want to get him up there. Let's go subscribe to him so we can do live streams. Give him some love. Tell him I sent you.
For in excess of 70 days being tortured by my government while awaiting trial. I wasn't convicted of anything. I was thrown into the snow. This is what I wrote. The sun was just transitioning from that beautiful kaleidoscope of color called sunrise to the clear blue skies of morning when the train came to a stop. Randolph and his wife Sarah disembarked and watched as their shipping container of homesteading equipment was unloaded and placed beside the line. Sarah wrapped her arm around him and laid her head against the side of his chest
and he placed his arm around her shoulder and pulled her in snug against his body as the two of them surveyed the allotment of land that was now their home. It was a 12-acre plot, had 200 meters of train line frontage, and was clear-cut out to a distance of 10 meters on either side of the train line, with wild forest beyond that, and the southern edge curved gently along Lake Tourmaline. It was flat where it was bisected by the train line, but sloped gently down towards the lake, and upwards at a greater angle the further north of the train line it went. The train line was a standard split-level elevated line, with space for high-speed train in each direction on top, and a slower local train in each direction below. It carried both electricity and communications, in addition to transporting citizens and freight. Their shipping.
Okay, this is a story he wrote while he was in solitary confinement, and in the description I found this link. I think he's trying to say he was involved in this class action lawsuit. Here, I'll pull it up. So this might be how he said he has a clean record. Ontario solitary confinement class action. Koski Minsky LLP has commenced a class action against the province of Ontario alleging human rights violations relating to the overuse of solitary confinement in Ontario prisons. This statement of claim, issued on April 20th, 2017, alleges, among other things, that the Ontario Ministry of Community Safety and Correctional Services has been negligent, has breached its fiduciary duties, and has breached the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms in placing mentally ill prisoners in solitary confinement for prolonged periods. The pre-2018 class is defined as all current and former inmates who were alive as of April 20th, 2015. Inmates with serious mental illness. A, who were subjected to the administrative segregation for any length of time at one of the correctional institutions between January 1st, 2009 and the date of the certification. B, who were diagnosed by a medical doctor before or during their incarceration with at least one of the following disorders as defined in the relevant Diagnostic and Statistics Manual of the Mental Disorders DSM. Schizophrenia, delusional disorder, schizophreniform disorder, schizoaffective disorder, brief psychotic disorder, or substance-induced psychotic disorder, including intoxication and withdrawal. Interesting that they include that. Psychotic disorder, not otherwise specified. Major depressive disorders, bipolar disorder 1, bipolar disorder 2, neurocognitive disorders and or delirium, dementia and amnestic and other cognitive disorders, post-traumatic stress disorder, obsessive-compulsive disorder, or borderline personality disorder. And I'm thinking he might be borderline, even though he says he's not mentally ill. Inmates in prolonged administrative segregation, who were subjected to administrative segregation for 15 or more consecutive days, prolonged administrative segregation, at one of the correctional institutions between January 1st, 2009 and date of certification. Okay, this is a lot of this legal jargon. But yeah, basically, yeah. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. I don't see anything connecting him to it, but if it's a class action, there probably was a bunch of other people involved in it too. So I'll have to look further into that. But we'll go ahead and skip past his story, because we're running low on time. Let's go to a dream.
I have a fantasy where I take the settlement that I get from the government and I buy 40 acres of land. And I get 20 people, 20 couples,
20 young couples, and I make a deal with them that I'll provide the land and the resources and the tools and the leadership. And together, we will build 40 houses. And they will each get a house. And I will get 20 houses. And they will have no mortgage. They will own their land and their house. The 40 of them will work together with me to build 40 houses. After which, each of the couples will own a house. And I will have 20 houses to sell. And they will have no mortgage.
After my baby mama cheated on me with her boss, I no longer had to be torn. I no longer had to be sexually frustrated. I had so many women offer themselves to me, but I always waited. I thought she'd come around and we would have a healthy relationship again. And after she fucked her boss, I was like, finally, like, I am under no obligations to try to be a good, loyal man. She crossed the line. I'm free. I fucked 3 different women the first week. And I left my IT job because I was tired of sitting around in a dark room, staring at a computer screen, surrounded by a bunch of nerds. I didn't care about the money. I took a job as a traveling salesman because I wanted to talk to people all day long. I wanted to fucking hit on women, and I wanted to socialize with men. And I was a top salesman in the province of Nova Scotia. And they had a contest where the top salesman in the company, in the province, in the territory,
Buddy, you were doing so good on the computer, and now your audio. See, every time during a good story.
my father wanted me to be like him. I kind of am. He had a big, huge hate on for drugs. He hates drugs. I feel the same way about adulterers and feminists and homosexuals and lesbians and transsexuals. And men who are promiscuous and women who are promiscuous. Single mothers and absent fathers. I have the same hatred for these people that my father has for the drug dealers. I don't care about the drugs. I care about the sex. I remember when I was back in Halifax, I had a couple of drinks and smoked a joint. And I was feeling loose and I wanted to play some music on my harmonica. But I didn't want an audience watching me because it made me self-conscious. So I walked down to the waterfront and I walked along the boardwalk until there was a pier that jutted out into the water. And there was a shed at the end of the pier. And I went down to the end of the pier and I went around to the back of the shed so that the people walking on the boardwalk, the people standing on the shore, they couldn't see me. They might be able to hear my music, but they wouldn't be able to look at me. And that made me feel like I could just relax and cut loose. And I just wailed. I just like totally cut loose and wailed. I was having a good time. And then I heard a standing ovation. I was like, what the hell? And I look and there's a bunch of guys on a tugboat clapping their hands because they thought my music was awesome. And I got self-conscious and I packed up my instruments and left. Because I don't do it for you. I do it for the sheer joy of creating. I don't do it for you. I don't want a fucking audience.
I believe that.
I didn't like going outside and being around people before I was famous. Even when I was back in Halifax. I was respected in my community by the people that knew me. But I didn't like going to the grocery store. Now that I'm
All right, you have a good night, Pendart.
famous, I don't even want to go outside my apartment at all. I don't want to be famous. And now that I am famous, I don't want to go around people. I don't want to go outside. I don't talk to people. I don't have anything to do with them because I know they're going to gossip. And I know that everything I do is going to haunt me. I can't do anything without considering the long-term ramifications of what will happen when people repeat this, what will happen when people talk about this. I don't even want to be around other people anymore. One of the problems that I've had to deal with, and all these people that try to rip away my privacy and force me to expose myself, they talk a lot about whether or not I believe in democracy. I don't believe in democracy. I don't. For most of my life, every time there was an election and it was time to go vote, I didn't vote. You know why I didn't vote? Because I don't consider myself to be one of you. I don't consider myself to be one of you. If I go in and vote, then I'm participating in a contract. We all cast a vote, and then at the end of the vote, we all abide by the decision. If you're not going to abide by the decision, then you shouldn't cast a vote, because that's just disingenuous. If you're not going to abide by the decision, just announce to the group, I'm not part of the group. I have no intention of abiding by the decision of the group. I have my own mind made up, and regardless of what you collectively think, I intend to pursue my own conscience, my own path, my own thoughts. I don't believe in democracy. I don't believe in the nation state. I am a real anarchist. I am an enemy of the state. And I went through most of my life.
Well, if you're an anarchist, then yes, you don't support the nation state. And that's cool. I'm kind of an anarchist. I don't really like nation states either. I think they're highly overrated at this point.
Without ever voting, because it's me saying, I am a man of integrity. I am a man of my word. I have no intention of going with the will of the majority. Therefore, I will not vote. That is the reality of who I am. I do not believe in democracy. I do not believe in democracy. Now, I have voted twice in my life. Once, I voted for Stephen Harper because I believed that it was vitally important that I do this to stand against Justin Trudeau. And the second time was when I voted against Kathleen Wynne. I voted for the Premier of Ontario. What's his name again? Doug Ford. I voted for Doug Ford. And I voted for Stephen Harper. Because I believe it was vitally important to get Kathleen Wynne the fuck out and do everything in my power to make sure that Justin Trudeau didn't get elected. And that was disingenuous of me. That was a betrayal of my integrity when I did that. Because the reality is that I never had any intention of saying, okay, we voted for Justin Trudeau. I cast my vote. You guys overruled me. I'm part of the group. I will throw myself wholeheartedly into supporting Justin Trudeau. I compromised my principles when I voted
Because even though Justin Trudeau got elected, I never had any intention of supporting him. What I'm trying to say is, I don't believe in democracy. I don't wish to be a participant in a group with you. I look at your group and I say, no, thank you. I'm not interested in being a participant in this group. I am not part of this group. No, I don't believe in democracy.
We don't want to be the kind of independent that you are. We want to be the kind of independent where we rely on our spouses and our families and our children and a few close friends and a few trusted business associates. We want to detach from society. We want to be creative and to be not to be forced to be confined, contained within your image of us. We want families. We want to stay as far away from all of your structure as we can so that we can be creative people. We want families. We don't want to go out and socialize. We don't want casual relationships. We don't want people to come and go and come and go and come and go from our lives. When we want somebody to be there with us, we don't want to have to go and find somebody. We want there to be somebody that's there. We don't want the independence that you want to push on us, where we're dependent upon the state, but we have no one that we can trust on a personal level. We don't want that. And we're trying so hard to get out of this situation, to destabilize this. We're trying to destabilize our situations so that we can get to the situation that we want to be in. And then we can rest and enjoy that for the rest of our lives, because that's the fight. That's the fight of our lives. To not have to be alone anymore. To not go, I'm lonely. I guess I'll go to the bar and try to find someone to talk to. That's the fight of our lives. And once that battle's won, all the fighting's supposed to be over. Now there's no fighting anymore. Now we get to just be. Now we just get to live and be happy and free and creative.
See, this is very wholesome. This isn't even angry at all. Like, this is the first time I've ever seen him sit here and talk about anything to do with human relationships and have him not just be like angry, bitter, threatening people, talking about how it's a waste of time and a failure.
And then we can play, because then we won't have to be self-conscious. We won't have to be judged. We won't have to think about the consequences, the larger consequences of our actions. And we're too smart. We're so smart that you say, well, don't think about it. I can't not think about it. I can't not think about it. When you say, just lighten up and relax, I can't, because I see things. You don't see these things. You have to strain to see them. I have to get hammered not to see them. And that's why I can't play. And everybody knows. Everybody knows what we're trying to do. They know what we're trying to do. They know that we are seeking somebody. We are seeking a mate. We are seeking. And they toy with us. They toy with us. They lead us on. They play with us. They tell us things that they think will make us excited. And then they vanish. They tell us things that will make us think that we're going to get what we want. And then they pull out the rug from under us. Because of what you did. Because of what you did. You ruined us. Forever. You ruined us. You ruined our lives.
They told lies. I wasn't able to refute their lies. You wanted to make sure that I would tell the truth. You wanted to make sure I wouldn't cover things up. So you never challenged me. You never confronted me. You said you believe in the truth, but all you did was lie. And they told lies. And you expected me to ignore what people say, ignore what people think, and be myself and show them who I am. I don't have any obligation to show people anything. And I don't wish to be positioned in a way that forces me to show people things.
You're showing people a lot, man. We have 780 of your videos left to go. You've shown us a lot. And we're not even close to where it starts to get really bad later on. So if you don't want to put yourself into a position to share things, like, maybe get off the internet. Don't be on YouTube doing this.
If people are spreading lies about me, then I should be told so that I can challenge those lies. You wouldn't let me do that. And they realized that. They saw that. So they went around freely making up lies and lies and lies and lies. One ridiculous lie after another. And the lies get spread around and they get repeated and they get exaggerated and they get changed and manipulated. And eventually they're just the thing that everybody knows. You tried to say you believe in honesty and the truth. You condemned me and everybody near me because you would not allow me to speak the truth. Your refusal to tell me what was being said about me, your refusal to confront me and talk to me about these things made it impossible for me to tell the truth. And it allowed liars to destroy us. And any one of you could have talked to me. And all of this pain could have been avoided. Any one of you could have, but not one of you ever did. When you told them to judge me by my actions and not my words, you just failed to understand that I am desperate, and I desperately need someone. I need to escape from this hell. Why do I do the things I do? Is it because I'm some fucking wild man that likes excitement? No, it's because I'm fucking desperate. And you condemn me to live forever within the fucking painful things that I do in a desperate...
Calm down, bro. You live in an apartment.
...need to fucking get away from the suffering that is my life. You made it impossible for me to create change in my life by trying to fucking force them to think that what I do is what I want to do. I'm stuck. I'm desperate. And you killed me when you did this to me. I hate you. It's ironic. My father had this hard-on independence, me doing things by myself. Both his parents died when I was young. They were dead by the time I was 1 year old. But he had my mother and my two aunts and my uncle and my grandmother and my grandfather. My mother's father and my father built our first house by hand together. He wasn't forced to stand alone. His parents died, but he had support. And he wanted to be a doctor. But he was in the Navy, and he was never alone. He was always supported. And when he left my mother, he didn't tell my mother that he didn't love her anymore and divorce her and then date and remarry. He jumped into something with somebody else while he was still married to my mother. He's never been alone, as far as I know. Ever in his life. But he thinks it's like so important for me to be alone. It's not fair. One of the things that I learned.
Oh, Lesson from the Prince. Is he talking about The Prince by Machiavelli? I have that book. It's in my collection. I've been reading it recently.
From reading Machiavelli.
He is. That's a good book. That book is kind of like what we can learn from tyrants, that sometimes it's better to be effective than good. That's what I've gathered from the book.
If you ask someone for information and they give you advice, if they give you advice that you didn't ask for, or they try to give you advice instead of information, you shouldn't trust them. You want people that will give you information, all the information you ask for, as accurately as possible, so that you can make sure that you're making an informed decision. And if it's bad news, that's the most important news of all. Because if you know about the bad shit, then you can deal with it before it turns from a molehill into a mountain. The sooner you find out the bad shit, the faster you can come to an accommodation with it, deal with it, whatever it is you got to do. You want people that will give you all the information that you want and that will make you aware of things. And then when you ask them for their opinion and their advice, when you ask for it, they give it to you. And then you go away and consider the information, you consider the advice. Maybe you go and talk to someone else. You ask them for their advice and opinion. Maybe you go talk to a third person. You ask them for their advice and opinion. You ask them if they got any more information for you. And then you go away by yourself and you consider all the information you have and you consider all the opinions that you heard. And then you make a decision.
Well, yeah, that's what I do. I mean, that's basic things. If you're gonna, especially if you're gonna be like reporting on things, that's obviously what you should do. Or if you're making any kind of big decision, anything you need to be informed about.
That's what you want. When people are giving you opinions and advice that you didn't ask for out of the blue, you should be very suspicious of that. You should be very suspicious of that. The reason I was living in a hotel, I'll tell you why I was living in a hotel. I had already been observed to be sane when I was stuck in that fucking place. But there are people there that love their protocols. And there was one particular woman, this bitch from Newfoundland. She was desperate to make sure that I was ground through the system and emerged from this whole thing a fucking minimum wage worker with a brain full of bog induced by drugs. when I talked to my lawyer, it was like, you need to understand, they're not going to release you from this place if they think that you're going to end up homeless on the streets. They will not release you if they think you're going to end up homeless. And you need to understand and be real about that. So there's a hotel, a 1-star hotel that rents rooms by the week for $225 a week across from Trinity Bellwoods Park. And I decided that I was going to take my money. I was collecting OW while I was in there. And I had enough money that I was working for Shopify as well. I got a job working part-time for Shopify. I would leave the hospital in the morning with my nice clothes on. I'd walk across town. I'd work. And then when everybody else went home to their houses with their wives and husbands and kids and lives, I went back to the hospital. And I had enough money coming in from that I could pay rent. So I rented a room in a hotel, $225 a week. They tried to stop me. They didn't want me to do that. The people in the hospital, they were angry, and they tried to frame it as though I was some defiant guy who wouldn't do what he was told. And that represented a risk, that I didn't respect authority. And I was like, look, I have to come back here at night. I have to be where I'm told to be. And if I don't be where I'm told to be, then you can send the boys in blue with the guns and the sticks to drag me back here in handcuffs. And I know that. But if I owned a house, you wouldn't be allowed to say, well, you're in the hospital now, so you have to burn your house down. I'm allowed to have a house. I'm allowed to have an apartment. I'm allowed to have a room. I can pay rent on a room that I'm not allowed to be in, and you can't stop me. It's none of your fucking business. So I rented a room. I had a job working for Shopify as a computer programmer, and I rented a room in a hotel, a 1-star hotel, for $225 a week down the street from the hospital. When I got my passes, and by this point I had pretty liberal passes, I would go out of the hospital and walk down the street, and I would go to my room and I would lock the door and I would just lie back. Nobody's observing me. Nobody's watching me. Nobody can come in here. I'm free. I can lie here and with my dick out, and that's on me. I can do whatever the fuck I want. And all I did was just lie there and enjoy being able to shut the door on the world and give everybody the finger. I will reveal what I want to reveal to you when I'm good and ready. And then I went back to the fucking hospital. And when I went in front of the Ontario Review Board to argue why I should be given my freedom, it was, look, I'm not sick. I'm not ill. I'm not a threat to society. I was in love with a woman. Things didn't work out. I'm not stupid. Whatever I may or may not feel towards her, I'm not stupid. I don't want to get locked up again. I have a job. I have a place. I have the keys to my place in my hand. If you give me my freedom, I will go down the street to the hotel that I'm renting a room at with my keys. I will do my job. I will wash my laundry. I will buy my groceries, and I will not do anything that puts the public at risk or get myself arrested again. And they said, well, that's reasonable enough. And they let me go. And then Shopify offered me a full-time job shortly after that. That's why I was in a hotel. That's why I was living in a hotel.
Oh, we saw the video about Shopify earlier in the stream. Oh, okay, this video is interesting. The people who tried to defend me doxed me. They didn't care about me. They just like attention.
All the people that tried to defend me, as far as I'm concerned, all you did was dox me. I hate you too. As far as I'm concerned, all the people that tried to help me doxed me. Look up doxing, D-O-X. You doxed me. I hate you too.
I hate you more.
So I don't know what this is about. I know his Discord goes off a lot. It was the people on Discord who did this to him. Maybe this guy's a Discord celebrity.
The secret to my success was being all the things that they tried to get me to stop being because they thought it was dishonest and there's a lack of integrity. The secret to my success was that I didn't go around trying to thrust my identity in the face of everybody around me and expecting them to fucking take it, whether they like it or not. I went into places. I was nondescript. I made an effort to fit into the environment that I was in. I didn't put up anything that would be shocking and make people react in a way. I went in and I talked to people. And I tried to create win-win relationships with everybody I met. I tried to find some way to make a win-win relationship. And it doesn't always have to be money. It doesn't always have to be money. People have all sorts of things that they want. Money is an important one, but it's not the only one. Try to find a way that I can get something for myself from them, and they get something for themselves from me. And we both feel like we got ahead. And we both look forward to the next time that this happens. And I just tried to do that with everybody that I met. And if I ran into people that wanted to fight, I just avoid them. If I run into people that want to protest, I just avoid them. If I run into people that want to create drama, I just avoid them. That was the secret to my success. And I always worked hard. I always worked hard. It didn't matter if I was shoveling shit on a farm, if I was catching chickens on a farm, if I was picking strawberries on a farm, if I was manufacturing fireworks, if I was sandblasting freighter ships at sea, if I was rust-proofing ballast tanks on ships at sea, if I was writing computer software, if I was selling vacuum cleaners, if I was selling life insurance, if I was selling knives, if I was selling deck and fence restorations, if I was working in a call center, if I was doing software testing, requirements gathering, software architecture, computer programming, volunteer work, everything I did, I always focused on creating a situation where everybody wins. And if I really wanted to succeed, I'd try to create as much vested interest as possible in my project.
So he said he has experience being a project lead, especially for remote teams, and I could see that if he was focused, he could actually inspire people, and actually be a good leader. But he's very unstable. I don't know if I would trust him to lead any projects of mine after watching his channel.
Without giving up control, but being extremely light touch with the control. And making sure that everybody gets to have a piece of the glory. Everybody gets to feel like they're making decisions that are important and making a contribution. And everybody feels like they're winning for themselves and they're doing something good. And when they look around at the people involved, all these people want to help them. And they want to help each other because they all have a vested interest in the success of the project. And I try to create that as much as I can. Try to make it so that everybody involved feels a vested interest in success and rope as many people in. Because if you only have 2 people, that's not as good as if you have 1,000 people. If you have 1,000 people that have a vested interest in the success of your project, then they'll fucking get you back on your feet when you have a bad day. They'll lift the weight when you have a bad week. That's the secret. That's the secret. You just never got it. You just never got it. I've had people try to make me look like I'm no good because I jump around too much. I don't stay in one place. I don't focus. They try to make it seem like I can't hold down a job and I don't have an education, so I shouldn't be in a position of leadership and all this bullshit. I've been in IT for more than 20 years. And I've done a lot of consultancy work. And I've spoken to the guys at the top. And I've spoken to representatives of all the different roles in the company because I want to understand them, because I want to build tools that make it easy for them to do their jobs well. So let's see here. I'm looking at my website here. I've developed cutting-edge technology for a variety of industries, including food services. Okay, well, that was McDonald's. I worked for McDonald's doing software development. And then what's the next one here? Insurance. Well, I worked for Global Aerospace. They sell insurance for pilots and airports. Aerospace is the next one. Well, the same company. I worked for servicing the aerospace industry. Telecommunications. When I was in Australia, I was working for Telstra, which is like their version of Bell Canada, for any Canadians that are listening. I worked in like lots of other areas, but that one pops off the top of my head. I also did lots of real-time audio, video, peer-to-peer communication stuff while I was working for Frozen Mountain out in Vancouver, Burnaby. I was living in Burnaby. I think their office is actually in Surrey. Anyway, correctional services. I built tools for the prison industry so that people could sit around their house with their phone or their laptop and be able to talk to their loved ones in jail. People in jail will see like a touchscreen tablet type thing that's stuck to the wall. And on the other side, I could talk at length about that. That was an interesting project. Telemedicine. Well, I worked building software for companies that sold medical devices that connected to computers so that you could have a doctor here in Toronto and you could have a nurse with a bunch of technology and a lumber camp up north, and the doctor could see through this camera and hear through the camera, hear through the microphone and talk through the speakers and everything. But then they could hook up something to check your heart rates, an ultrasound, an x-ray machine, whatever you want. And he could see and hear multiple audio video streams connected to all these different devices in real time. So I did telemedicine and farming. Well, I worked building software while I was working for Frozen Mountain for a company that serviced the dairy industry. And it was intended so that if I have a farm and I have cows, then I buy a bunch of corn to feed to my cows. And I got this corn sitting in a warehouse and I bought it for this much money and I can feed my cows with it for this long. And then the market changes and there's a demand for corn because there's not enough corn for people to eat right now. So the price has gone up a little bit because the demand has gone up. And the price of barley is way down because people are not drinking as much this month for some reason. So I can make money and serve the needs of humanity better if I take the corn in my barn, in my silo, and I sell it, and then I buy barley instead to feed my cows. So I wrote software to help dairy farmers to do that. So that's one example of my experience working in the farming industry as an information technology professional that's coordinating everybody and understanding the needs of all the parties involved. Let's continue here. Entertainment. Well, I helped rebuild MTV.com and countrymusictelevision.com and VH1televisionstation.com. Those are one example from my resume of my working in the entertainment industry. And the automotive.
Again, this guy is very intelligent. I think this will be our last video for today, because right now he seems very mentally stable, and we have 772 videos to go after this. And I think he's going to start his decline not too long after we come back for our next studying stream.
Well, in the automotive industry, when I was back in Halifax, I wrote software for used car dealerships to help them to sell cars. Higher education. I worked for Azarus when I was back in Halifax, and I wrote software for universities to help them to coordinate and communicate with all of the potential people that were going to come to school next year and all the people that were enrolled in the school. So I worked in higher education. Medical translation. Well, I was involved in closing the deal between Pfizer and Amplexor, which provides translation services for the world's largest drug companies and allows their medicine to be deployed across the world to all people, regardless of what language they speak. So I was involved in medicine and in translations. Fishing. I built software for Clearwater Foods in Atlantic Canada to run all of their stores.
Welcome, Bunbot. We're about to wrap up for the day, but welcome to the channel. This is Ian Foote. He's an undiscovered lolcow. Not even at 50 subscribers yet, but he's got a future if he doesn't get banned off of YouTube for all his threats.
Their sale, their website. I built special software for this promotion they were doing with Alexander Keith's Brewing Company. So the fishing industry and promotions. Well, I mean, one of the earliest jobs in my career was in Australia, working for the largest promotional company in all of Australia, the Promotions Factory, TPF. So what makes me think that I'm fit to be a leader? I think the fact that I have experience working with the decision makers and organizing people and understanding the needs and the wants and the hows and the whys of all of these industries over 2 decades makes me very well qualified, because I'm not just some guy who only knows the one thing that he knows.
Doing really well. Doing really well. Branching out. Looking at new opportunities.
I love my little...
All right. That's going to be our last one for today. Well, everyone, thank you for joining me. So far, what I've gathered from studying Ian Foote is he has cycles. He goes from this stage of like narcissism where he thinks he's so much better than everyone else. Then he'll get angry about something. Usually it's about women. And then he'll go through these depressive phases where he'll go through all of his various tragedies throughout his life. And, he's got no cash yet, but he's not doing it for sympathy. The only thing that he's got related to his actual work is his website, ianfoote.com, which appears to be almost like a resume. He wants people to hire him after watching his YouTube channel. And I just don't think that's going to happen after everything we've seen today. So I hope you all will join me for my next stream. And be sure to like, comment, and subscribe, as is tradition. And I hope to see you all around.